This
Everybody do your
conference
stuff.
will now be recorded.
There we go. All right. So gym setting. We're going to go over some stuff today, but if you are not already a gym setter, this right here is your most useful tool. Can anybody tell me what this is?
A phone case?
It
looks like an iPhone.
It is a phone. A phone is your most useful tool in stone setting. Call a stone setter. If you're already a jeweler, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're a stone setter, you really know what I talk about because people send you models and you can't set stones in them. There's a thing when people take these classes, 99% of the time, jewelry is a collaborative process. It's a team effort. Unless your dad was a bench jeweler or owned a jewelry store and you learned bench jewelry when you were young, or you learned the bench when you were young, and then you grew up making jewelry, and then as you got a little older, you learned how to set stones, and in that process, your parents made you blow out the investment, and so you learned about casting. And those are the people who are individuals who run their own stores, right? Now, I'm not saying don't achieve or try to do all this, but if you are not a jeweler, just get really good at design, because it's almost too late for you to become a good jeweler and a good designer. And if you'll notice, and those out there, tell me if I'm wrong, Tony's here, right? Most bench jewelers are crappy designers because they spent so much time and energy learning how to do their craft. I'm not going to say that's totally true. I'm just saying in general these days, right? So I just want to reiterate this. What I'm going to teach you are tools that you can make things, but get a relationship with a jeweler, right? I mean, I started out, I actually did my own stone setting, the little eyes and in skulls and some things like that. And then Tony was like, you're an idiot. And he came and helped me actually do stuff. And so, you know, it's very difficult to learn everything. And Akira Kurosawa said it best. He was like a painter and a film director. And he basically stopped painting because he said, well, you know, I'll paint for myself, but you can't chase two rabbits and catch one, right? And the problem today is everyone in the world thinks that they take 2 5-minute classes and they post a picture on Instagram and now they're a jeweler. There's a perfect example of someone who is a renderer and a CAD modeler who actually in his description says master jeweler. And I know some jewelers who'll punch you in the face for that because they've been, you know, they've been trying to do this for decades. And then some ding dong who could like,
who calls themselves a master jeweler? So every time you see it, you wonder.
well, I'm not going to say any names because I'm not snarky.
I know.
Don't say anything, Tony. Don't get snarky.
There's some phenomenal ones out there that are real.
Yeah, no, I mean, like in Germany, you can't call yourself a goldsmith unless you are part of the guild. You know, I mean, and you have to like make a masterpiece to do it, you know. And I don't like in America, masterpiece means, oh, you know, this museum thing. But in the tradition of apprentices, you know, you basically copied the master until you were technically good enough to pass your work off as his work. And then you create your own piece that isn't a knockoff of your master's work, but something of yours. And if it is aesthetically pleasing and technically pleasing, that is your masterpiece. So now you are a master craftsman. Yeah, actually, there was a whole thing about a Rembrandt recently where they thought it was a student's work and it sat in the back of this museum for a long time, and they reevaluate it, and they actually think it's an early Rembrandt. So the thing about bench jewelry is it's a craft, and it's a lifelong craft. And sadly, because of CAD, people who can puke out models by sliding knobs, right? Because Matrix, there's a lot of just, I'm going to pick this head, I'm going to pick this, then I'm going to pick that, and oh look, now I'm a master jeweler. Okay, I'm not a jeweler. I'm a jewelry designer. I'm a sculptor who makes jewelry objects, and I can honestly say I'm a sculptor because I did it for 30 years, and then I've been doing this for 16 years. So, you know, it's the only thing I've ever done, really. And so, you know, when you go out in the world, be humble, because unless you've been doing this for a long time, you're not a master of anything. And in turn, jewelry's tricky because there's some very, very, very delicate hand skills that you need to learn to be a good bench jeweler. Now, you notice I did say good. There are plenty of hacks out there that you could probably outperform. But you're coming out of my class, and it's important to me that you all understand that you're young in this, you know. And, you know, even those of you who have had shops and this and that, chances are you haven't been doing CAD for 16 years or 20 years or 30 years or whatever. And so jewelry, unless you grew up in the industry for the most part, and when I say grow up in the industry, I'm not talking about selling stones. I mean, as a bench jeweler, it's going to be very difficult for you to catch up and be able to do everything. So I'm not saying don't grow in to be able, don't go in thinking you're going to be able to do everything. But, you know, if you want to start taking stone setting classes and things like that, great, expand yourself. But the problem is most of the people who try to chase everything suck at most of it, right? And you will never get good if you don't put a shit ton of hours into things, right? I mean, just my quick saves, since quick save has been in ZBrush, and this was at least a year ago now, I had 88,666 minutes, or 88,000, yeah, because it was 88666, 88,666 minutes of quick saves. So in the 5 years at that point that quick save was in ZBrush, I have 3 years of me sitting at the machine. So, no, not hours, minutes. And 88,000 minutes still comes to 3 years solid, like not weekends off, you know, just you add it up and it's like 3 years of sitting in front of the machine. So it's a lot of work. And I just want you to enter this humbly. If you're not a stone setter, if you're not a bench jeweler, understand that to become one is a completely different skill set. And because you can sit in the computer and make something does not make you a jeweler. It makes you a designer. And that's important to wrap your head around, because first of all, if you're not doing this, you're not going to be able to go afford the equipment to be able to do. And okay, I get yelled at this in the live stream all the time. They're like, well, Tomas, there's a $500 printer. Why would you ever suggest a $3,500 printer? I'm like, okay, anything I'm talking about you want to make a living off this, right? I mean, if you just want to hibble hobble and just you're rich and you just want to make stuff in your backyard, I don't care what you do. That's great. You know, congratulations. I'm talking about either expanding the business you have or now taking advantage of this wonderful thing in the world where we can actually do this at home, right? So if you're just a computer user and you've never, and I don't just, but in this context, it is just, if you're just a computer user You are not a jeweler. That's a completely different skill set. So the things that we are going to start to discuss today really are, here, let's get some metal there. And then I'm going to go talk to my jeweler, and they're going to tell me how they want me to do it, right? Because often, you know, some people like a lot of extra metal in their prongs. Some people like thicker bezels than thinner bezels because they want to dig it out and match the stone perfectly. There are people, you know, it's unlimited how a stone setter wants it. And we have a stone setter in class, do we not? Can someone say something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Good.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. I was trying to use
Yeah.
my touch screen and it's not. I'm not really the stone setter in our place, but my husband is. And I mean, and he's a good designer and stone setter, but it takes certain focus. It's crazy, like what they do. I can do stone, like basic ones, but I can't sit and pave everything.
Right.
It's
And you know what
vision.
a pave setter doesn't want you to do? Put prongs on it, because
Oh,
they're
yeah.
going to raise those beads.
They
And
hand cut everything. Like even
yeah,
sometimes the azure or the, you know, that drill hole, it's good, but sometimes they don't even want that. You know, it really depends.
well, and what's really depressing about pave is pave has become so boring. It sucks to me. I think new pave just blows because nowadays everybody wants the exact same stone and they want everything lined up in exact little lines. And it's just really mechanical because if you look at old pave, sure, there are some people who did that, but really old pave was wonderful because you'd have from like a 1/2 point stone to a 2-carat stone, and they would fill these planes in with all these different size stones. So from, you know, 10 feet, it just looks like this shiny plane, but when you get to it, it just looks like this waving, you know, the motion is created by the stone setting, as opposed to mechanically putting everything in perfect rows. It just makes me sick. I hate it. But
This conversation makes me so angry, like with the CAD and those beads they actually put on the piece. It's just like, it's so horrible, like the Lego.
no, it's like, and I have people who get pissed off at me, literally angry at me when they take this class and say, well, how do we do pave? And I'm like, you leave a flat plane and you hand it to a real stone setter. That's how you do pave. You know, it's like, but that's the real answer.
Well, yeah,
Don't try to do it.
I remember when we realized that beat and bright sets and pavés, it wasn't additive or like raising, you know, everything up. It was cutting everything down and leaving.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
that's like,
it's madness. And, you know, pave, God, what is that guy's name? Tony, are you here? Can you hear me? I always forget the guy's name. There's
Are you thinking of the Japanese guy?
no, he's, I mean, he's a classic. I mean, a world
Just look
famous.
at Jar. I mean, Joel, whatever his name is, with all the flowers. I mean, that.
Yeah, what's his name?
I showed you that before. Joel something Roth.
Yeah,
Jar, goes by Jar. That's like my ultimate inspiration.
Spell it for me. Sorry,
Just put in JAR capital.
Right. It's Jar, right? I'm like, it's a.
Oh my God, you're making me drool right now, like 9 in the morning. It's like so amazing.
So this is fucking pave. Sorry, I said fucking. I wasn't supposed to. I mean, see how it's different sized stones? I mean, look at this. They're not all the same. See how they're set and it's this organic motion? I can never remember this guy's name. It's really sad.
the surface doesn't have to be flat that they're going on.
I mean, look at that. That's staggering. That is art. Now, and this is actually a piece I actually, because the artist is one of my favorite people in the world, but God, what's his name? It's not Ben Baller, is it? Yeah, hold on. What is Takashi? God, I'm having a bad brain day. What is Takashi's last name? Murakami. Jesus Christ. Ridiculous. No images. So this is actually awesome because these really look like Murakami's work. But look at this. That's boring as dirt. It's all the same. Look, the tongue, it's even barely a different color. Now, can you imagine this set up where you have this kind of surface done? That's so much more interesting. Like they're different tones, they're different, this is just, like I said, you can't get over that. That's just pure sex. Look at this stuff. There's motion, there's interest, there's beauty. It's not just these are straight lines we can pave.
And I guarantee there was more than one person working on that piece, and it took a really long time.
Yeah, they didn't finish this in a weekend. We'll put it there. Oh, actually, hold on. Where is?
It wasn't some dude in the back of a shop like.
No. These are masterpieces. God, I love the onion. Isn't that great? But look at how much motion is, look, that's one big stone. Look at how much motion is created by having the different stones and the different tones. And it's, it's just awesome. Where?
There's one he did that was like a 3D printed flower, and it was just the flower and a little gold backing.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, I don't think there are any stones set in it, but it's really inspiring.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I love Murakami. He really is one of my heroes in the world. You should read, if you want to hear an interesting philosophy behind art, because it looks like, oh, it's just, Japanese anime stuff. It's not. He's an intense, beautiful, high thinker. And he started a thing called Super Flat. And if you read his Super Flat manifesto, it's a really fascinating perspective of how an imposed aesthetic and an imposed concept of what's important in art. Because, he's like, look, we're not Western. So this concept of Western art really isn't about us. So, how do we define art in this context? And he started making, a lot of this is ironic as well, the stuff that he's doing, but he is a badass. He is a god. This stuff is just amazing. So when you start thinking about stones, don't get caught up. Just look at that. Look at how simple that is. But look, it's all different tones. You have motion, you have color, you have, these are magnificent, just super simple, but they're different colors. They're different, they're alive. They're wonderful, magic little pieces where no matter how awesome I love this man's work, this is the most boring pave in the world to me. But in today's standards, this is staggering because it's all in lines, it all lines up. Every stone is calibrated to the same color. And, they think that is something to achieve to. So screw that pave. Love that pave. This is pave. The other stuff is mechanical dorks who think that computers solve problems. So just learning.
Actually, I have a question. Okay, so I know that Jar, I've seen his illustrations, so I think he was just a designer in that kind of old school way where everything was just color infused, and then his, stone setters would just take that color and he'd probably tell them, it would be very color forward by illustration. So how do we use obviously we can use poly paint and stuff, but that whole using Ma Dirty Blue, like you kind of have to train yourself to think in color even when, I'm not going to start using poly paint. You know what I mean?
You can. The thing is, okay, hold on. So let's say you have this lovely iPhone that you've been working on. And, you want to portray a color, a color pattern for stones, right? Well, all you do, come here, go to one of your basic materials. I tend to like Skin Shade 4 because it's good and white. Come over here, grab your paintbrush. Where is it? Oh, that's, see, clay skier, bastard. Okay, paintbrush, where are you? There you are. And you can see that it has RGB on, but it doesn't have Z add or Z subtract. And then you can just say, okay, well, you know, I kind of want, sorry. Before you do this, you really have one really important step you have to do. Is you come over, you go to color, and you go fill object. Boop. Now that's white. So when I come in here and I say, okay, well, I want this color green, you know, you're like, okay, well, I kind of want some lighter green. And then let's go to orange, and you want orange.
That's easy enough.
And then you go to pink and you're like, oh, well, I want hot pink down here, but I want, you know, a deeper red here. And that's enough, right? I mean, that's a color map. So it's not something you have to really get in there and render, because once again, if you have a relationship with your stone setter, they're going to figure that out. I mean, if they're good and you trust them, you know, that's plenty. So yeah. Color, fill object, mod dirty blue. There we go. And I like how you speak with mod dirty blue with distinct mod dirty blue. All right. Yeah, get out of thinking like a computer and think like an artist. And you know what? Your stone setter will love you. You're like, look, you know, do fields of pave, you know, make a 1 carat stone the biggest, right, and then, you know, go down to half a point and just fill it in where it's big in the center and it gets smaller to the sides. You can throw different scales in there and just do your thing. And they'll be happy because then they're not stuck dealing with, oh, is this calibrated exactly right? Because a lot of times, you know, you get to a corner and you need a big stone there. You know, you have all these little, you know, 0.8 millimeter stones, and then all of a sudden it doesn't add up to 0.8 millimeter in that little area. So you need a, you know, 1.3 millimeter stone. So giving a stone setter freedom, they'll love you because you know what you don't know how to do? Set stones. Okay, there are 2 of you in here that do, but you know what I'm saying. So that's the first thing. This is your most useful stone setting tool. All right. Now, these are really basic models for heads, right? And you have this, and this is just something to wrap your head around, right? I don't use any of this. I don't. I don't use any of this. What I do, and these are stones, so you have all the basic shapes of stones here. So you can start futzing around with stones. Now, let's hop up here. I'm going to go into my light box. I'm going to go rings by size. I'm going to pick size, 7.5. All right, I'm going to get my ring. I'm going to start a new thing over here, and I'm going to append that ring into it. Append, where is it? There. This way, I always have a clean model of the band, right? If I need to go all the way back, I can. Let's get rid of our star now. Delete. Come on. Yes, that's okay. All right, so we have our band. Now, normally, if you're taking commission work, they're going to give you a stone. If you're just designing for yourself, pick a stone. What kind of stone do we want to work with today? Let's work with a round, just because. So we're going to append, because literally there's no trick, there's no secret to any of this. You just move crap around until you have prongs. This really is not rocket science. This is design. And, you know, if you hand a print to the stone setter and they look at it and they're like, oh, can you add a 1/2 mil of thickness to this? Then do that. And they're like, oh, you know, these are really fat. Can you knock this down? You can do that. But let's pick a stone. Where's the round? All right, where are you?
So when you're working with your stone setter, I guess you would have 3D prints in a basic material, so you're not just like a basic model in plastic or something, and you'd show it to them to see if they
I
They
would
can work with it?
show, yeah, I would always take my print. Well, if you don't have your printer and you actually have a good relationship with your casting facility, because the casting facility under normal circumstances is where you're going to get your stone set. In Seattle, there's a guy who stone sets for a bunch of people. So you can hire that person to do stone setting. Like that piece that I had, that sapphire ring that I did for my friend that I showed you all yesterday, Schultz, Kaylee now owns it. Schultz produced it and set it. So if you go through a jewelry store, they usually have stone setters, you know, and yeah, you print it off, everyone looks at it. And then if there need to be changes or if there are concerns, you then do the changes and then they'll start to set it. Because let's say you leave a flat spot on the side of a ring and they're like, well, you know, right now we only have 0.8 stones, but so that's, you know, 1.6 and you left a 1.6 channel. Well, that leaves no room for raising beads. So now you need to like throw an extra 0.5 millimeter in there. So things like that, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, there's always this tuning.
Yeah.
Right. And nothing is ever right the first time you print it. There's no such thing as that. That just doesn't exist. Or you have a shop that's tuned well enough that they'll take your crappy model and the jeweler will actually fix it. But you don't want that if you don't own that shop usually, right?
Right.
Stone. Band. Most people, this is where we start, right? So turn transparency on. Okay, so you have your stone. Let's look at our model. Boop. Let's turn this on. So we have a center line. That's good. Okay, so we're going to make this sit a little higher off this. So we have a little band thickness in there. And I am going to blow a hole through this. I tend to blow holes because, well, they're easier to clean and metal weight and stuff. I like open galleries. It's just a thing I like. So you don't necessarily have to do this, but I like it. So we're going to do it. Hide our stone. I'm going to knock this out. Boop. Right. And then I'm literally going to go, okay, well, what do we have here? So you can grab these, just drag them up. You can make this a little wider, drag it up, right, and do that kind of setting. So literally at this point, you're just deciding on what your setting looks like, right? Right, you know, what do you want it to look like? You want 4 prongs, you want 6 prongs? Well, you just have to make sure that you have enough geometry to do the 6 prongs. Let's just, oops, that's not what I'm looking for. Cute. I'm just going to grab the top of this, boop, W, get it set. And normally, just the easiest way to think about it is you get that prong aligned with center of the prongs on this facet, right? That way you know it's the quarter, right? That's a quarter. So it's just super easy to do. Now we hold down Alt and rotate this around. There we go, 45 degrees, and we're just going to drag it in. Usually want your meat about, you want the stone a little less than half the thickness. We're going to drag this down and scoot it back in. All right, so there we go. Now that's our prong placement. Right? And depending, normally I like a little bit of gallery in here. So we can go Z modeler. And these are a little thin at the moment, but I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. Boop, we're going to drag that there, drag that there. And I'm just going to take these, and are they on an angle? No. So you notice that those, because this is an angle and these are angling up, those won't snap together. I'll show you how to deal with that in a second. Will these?
Wait, sorry. When you turn the gizmo to 45 degrees, what were you, were the weren't prongs already in position? I missed that. Sorry.
No problem. I drag that out to here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can see I'm a little off, but they're basically on that 40, because I'm going to sculpt this. So these are going to change, right?
Yeah.
I don't ever just have half round prongs. I'm always putting things on things and changing thicknesses. And so I don't bother dealing with that. If you want something that plain, well, come in here and grab it.
Okay.
Don't bother.
No, I just saw you do something with the gizmo and you.
Shush.
Oh, okay.
So then came up here, W, rotated this to 45. So hold down Alt, rotate this to 45. I'm going to hold down Shift 2 so it locks. And why we're at 45 is because this is at 45 and I'm just dragging this in, right? Because these were out here, I just drug it in. So I'm getting my meat thickness, right?
Okay. So you're saying if you snap the gizmo to, okay, I get it. You're just matching the gizmo to the angle that the prongs were already at.
Right, because they're out here. So this way I'm bringing it in and I know that even if I'm dragging them here, see, I'm still just that little bit off. All I'm doing is positioning the prong on the angle they're sitting at, because really they should be kind of right there. And I'm just putting this in, so that's my thickness.
Okay.
Right?
And you already knew they were at 45 degrees. That's why you told the gizmo to be 45.
Yeah, because 45 is roughly rotating around a quarter.
Right. Okay, right? I got it. Yeah, totally.
Right.
Thanks.
Now, this is a standard prong. If you want these things to be on the 90s, you just raise your prong on the 90s, right? But since this is the universal, oh, my jewelry has a stone prong setting, this is the normal, So what we're going to do is this. We're going to make this 90 again. We're going to pull these guys out just so there's a little bit of thickness there. So now I'm going to hide my stone real quick. WQ Z modeler. I'm going to drag that in. I'm going to drag that in. So now, because these are at an angle and they go past the snap range, right? See how they don't connect? I'm just going to come in here real quick. And because these are not, see how those are not on center, right? So if I go infinite XYZ, I'm going to miss that. This is where using move and then infinite depth X, right? Because I'm looking through the X axis right now. I'm going to make my brush a little bigger and see how it drags everybody with it. And I'm just going to get that to where they're pointing a little closer. I'm going to pop this to Z, and I'm going to get these where they're pointing a little bit more at each other. And that way, when I go, boom, they are going to snap. Okay, I'm like, they went past it. I'm like, you bastards, right? Snap. Okay, we're going to take that. There, now it should snap. Why are those not snapping? Oh, because this didn't. Let's move that back. You're trying to get the faces to point at each other so that that should be well within its snap range. You cheesy bastard. Why are those not snapping together? Okay, there we go. And now just move these back. Stop it. Oh. Move. Move. And once again, you don't have to be too picky about this because when you start dividing this is all going to go away. Now, the one thing I will do here, turn on your stone. I will mask. I just want this part. Boop. I will usually bring this out. Move infinite Y. Come on. There we go. I'll bring this out. I'll bring this out just so there's meat there. You're going to soften that up, but it's nicer if when you're doing this, it's not just going square. It's actually going in the shape of the stone. It gives you more meat to dig out. Sometimes you don't want these touching. If it's taller, you can have this where it's not actually touching the stone, but in a seat this low, you're going to cut that out. So it's, all right. Okay, so now we have this groovy little thing going on here. We have our hole, right? Yep, hole. Everyone's happy. I'm just going to divide this sucker up and start sculpting. Now this, you're like, oh, well, these are too short and blah, blah, blah. Just drag them up, man. Don't worry about it. You're going to be sculpting, right? And you can see that this is too thin, right? You know, these aren't touching. But don't worry about that because you're going to be sculpting. This isn't a CAD model. This is a sculpted model. So, you know, you're going to come in here, turn your stone transparent. Yeah, it's even in the way. I don't want to see it. I'm going to go collide tubes. We're going to go Y, rotate up. And now we'll start building this shape. Get rid of this. Oh, I'm like, what is going on? I thought I hit that a few more. There we go. That's a little better. And now you just start designing. Okay, well, I want that to be like that. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this. I tend to.
What do you use right now to do that?
Give you 3 guesses. Clay tubes.
Clay tubes, but like, are you on like a, what is making it do?
Radial symmetry. See right
Okay.
here? Y-axis radial symmetry.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just being snarky.
Yeah.
It's the morning, man. Don't expect miracles from this old slob.
My question is always radial symmetry is used.
Yeah, how'd you do that? Radial symmetry. How'd you do that? Radial symmetry. Clay tubes. And you can see I'm just kind of filling this in some just so there's some meat there. It's so funny. I'm like, is there ringing in my microphone or is that my ears?
It's smoke.
I think it's just my ears, but it's amplified by jamming something in one of them. And, you know, just double check every once in a while and see where you're at. You know, that's Close. Yeah, you probably want a little more meat in there.
So from the girdle to the culet, you're just doing like an inclination or incline
Yep.
to match the incline of the stone, or a little bit more?
You're talking words. No, I'm just throwing meat in there. I'm not worried about any of that right now. Because you got to remember, what does a stone setter want? Enough meat to take that burr and go, brr, brr, brr. You know, you're not ever cutting notches into this. You're not creating seats. You're not doing any of that. Well, you can create this seat, right? You do want to remove some of that, just because it's a waste of metal if you don't. But we'll get to that. I'm just at this point just trying to get the shape of my prongs. All this is going to change because I'm going to be sculpting it, right? So I'm just getting meat, so I know that I'm roughly in the right area.
Okay, I didn't realize that you were adding. It looked subtractive. Can you turn on your keystrokes?
I'm doing both.
Oh.
Right. Oh, look, I'm holding it down. I'm adding. I'm always just pushing this on and off. You know, this was subtracting. This was adding. I mean, it's a constant, you know, shuffle. There's no, you add 3 times, you subtract 2. You know, it's just.
No, I know. It's just like nice to see what, you know.
Sell it to the choir. You just want my passwords. I know all about you.
Want your keystroke.
What
comes with my keystroke? Yeah, my passwords. I know all about you. You think you're clever. All right,
What's your radio count that you were on when you were doing that?
I just split it to a lot.
Okay.
Who cares? You know, the thing about the radio is this, is that if you're doing radio, you can see the space here, right? So if I want something to be smooth around, see, like here you can wind up with lumps because they're not overlapping, right?
Yeah.
You're doing that and then you're filling that and you're filling that, and you can come up with uneven surfaces. So you want to make sure if you're trying for something smooth, just grab it, drag it over, you know, because you want there to be enough overlap that you can't create an uneven surface, right? Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you.
Of course. Of course. And I'm just fiddle-futzing around, getting some meat where I want it. Okay, close enough. Great. So now come up, X, Z, turn radio off. And now I'm going to come in here, sculpt this around to do something. Oops, my microphone's a little too low there. I shouldn't be able to hit it. So, you know, now we just come back to the point where we're just deciding on what our sculpt is. And so I'm just going to jam through something here, and this isn't going to, I don't want to hear anything about, Tomas, that's a lousy design. Because we need to talk about stone setting more. And I have lots to show you. And so little time to do it. Right. And, boom. So now I know that these are going to be, oops. So right now we're just going to raise those up just so I have more prong thickness or prong height. Okay. Does my keystroke really help? Can you all keep up with my keystrokes?
And playback.
I like
Good point.
sometimes it's hard, like when you're subtly removing, it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to tell if it's additive or subtractive. I like to see what you're doing.
Sure. You just want my passwords. You're gonna try to rob me. Get in there and get my ZBrush password so you don't have to pay for it. I know all about
I
it.
don't have to do any work.
You're like, I'm gonna rob your models because I know they're there. Wow, Carmit, your work is looking really
I
familiar.
know. How did you get like so good in one day?
You know, I always said no one can do what I do better than me, but you're really starting to get there, Carmit.
I don't think anyone would believe it, so I think you're good.
Actually, these days, who knows? There is no truth. It's only everyone has their own truth. Yes. I'm just making the prongs a weird shape so you understand that you don't have to, you know, have big dumb prongs. So I'm making you a bunch of big dumb prongs here.
Oh, and this is for the rest of the class. Don't waste your time with other people's YouTube videos on how to make prong settings in ZBrush.
Yeah, Carmit's the specialist on this one.
That was
Anytime I tell her to
before-
do something,
No, that was
she will
before.
go out and look at other people's videos and ask me why I don't do it that way.
That was before. No, because you don't come up first on YouTube yet. Sorry. I mean, if you would have came up first on YouTube or second or third or, you know, fourth, then I wouldn't have clicked on.
I just
Her-
love that there are people who are
What's
in front
that
of me.
thing
and she'll
down
mention
there? It's like initiate. Like you never ever use it. It's like before it becomes a Polymesh 3D, you go down to initiate. It was like so complicated,
something.
and
Why would you ever do that?
I had to contact her because her video instructions didn't even work.
Oh, right. What's it? She even
I'm
has like
not
a
gonna
cute
name
little
names.
jewelry logo. I know
I'm not-
who, it's like Cat Jewelry Design or something.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Naming.
I don't know if that's, I don't
Wait,
remember her name.
Just kidding. So there's a cat jewelry design out there? Shit.
I'm just making shit up. I don't remember her name.
Her
I
name's
do remember,
It's Cat Adair.
Don't pick my name.
it is Cat?
It's Cat Adair. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I
Sorry if
pulled that one out of my subconscious. I blocked her out of my life because I was
Yeah.
just, I
Well,
looked
that's
at
why I
the
want you
video.
to come up first, so that no one else goes through that misery that I did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just
Okay.
love that people are better at social media than I am, so I don't come up and it's just like, just because you post videos on YouTube, you know, fuck you. Oops,
Well,
I
she
said that
sounded
out
so
loud.
confident. She's like, well, this is what you're supposed to do. And then you do. And then like, I literally did the same exact thing and it didn't even work. It was so, I don't know. Ugh.
You know what you needed to do at that point was use edge loops.
So now the class is a witness to how, like, okay, so how many times has he said that in this class alone? Imagine like the last 2 years of me knowing him. Okay.
Well, okay. No, but wait, to be fair,
And there are times that you do insert an edge loop.
no, I do not. I'll crease, but I don't edge loop.
Or insert edges. It wasn't even edge looping. It was insert edge from the Z modeler. But yeah, I get it. I was doing a lot of things.
No. If you insert an edge right on the edge, that's
Yeah,
edge
that's
looping.
edge loading. Yes.
But see, now you're sounding like a victim here though. But you contacted me, you asked me a question, I told you, you then came back and showed me it, and I was like, well, you don't want to do that. And you're like, well, why? And I sat there and I showed you why, and then you came back and, oh wait, you did it again. And I'm like, okay, you don't want to do that. And you were like, why? And so I showed you why, And then you came back and you had done it again. And I was like, what in the hell? And she's like, well, Michael Pavlovich, that's so. And I'm like, I'm going to kill you.
Well, I didn't get that you were supposed to use QMash. Yeah.
No.
You
You
look
just didn't
now,
listen to
you
a
don't even
damn
check
word I said. That's what happened.
You don't
She
even
paid
check
no
my,
attention.
You don't even check my base models anymore because they're good now.
Well, that's true. It's only taken you 2 years to sort it out.
I should have taken your class a long time ago. I don't think you were doing a lot of classes then.
No, you fell right between classes. That's true.
Yeah. Because
But it was
like
super
2
funny.
years
I was
ago,
just like,
I
I
remember,
swear to God, if you bring me a model with an edge loop in it again, I am going to murder you. And what does
I-
she do? She brings me a model with a damn edge loop in it. I'm like, I swear to God, I am going to poke you in the eye.
I couldn't get the hang of block
Not
up.
edge looping.
Yeah. Well, all's
So-
well that
So for those of you who think I'm just really mean to her, there's history here.
There's 2 years of it, sounds like.
2 years of
Back and
edge
forth.
looping.
Yeah, back and forth, back and forth.
Her initial response to everything was, well, I went and looked at this other video, and I'm like, I just told you how to do it. All right, so I don't know. I'm not going to spend a lot of time designing.
Well,
here.
now that's it. Now that is immortalized on this class video forever and ever. So maybe we can just let it die here.
Never going to happen. Never going to happen. It's just too much fun to harass you about it. Because I know you blush and you're like, oh, don't say it publicly. At least I'm not hassling you about surf instructors.
Oh God, please don't. You know what would make me really happy is if you got your social media going and you could just like wipe that lady off of YouTube. Like that would be, I would be very, then it would all be for an amazing, you know.
Well, you know what? Since you have so much time to learn how to surf, you could always do that for me.
I would like have to send, I don't even know how I would do that. I'd be like, you're wrong. You're wrong. She'd be like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Well, I think how you do it is I just need to post regularly. Yeah, I was told in the YouTube you have to post at least twice a week at the exact same time. And that makes your algorithm dramatically better. And then someone told me I needed to post like on Tuesdays at like 4 p.m. or something like that. I'm just like, what does that even mean? I mean, like, what? And I guess that's true. There's like algorithms and crap that, to hell. I'm going to have to hire someone for social media because I cannot. And see, this is, you know, I have a student, an ex-student, and like on Instagram, he has like 25,000 followers. And I'm just like, mother, where's your frigger, you know, it's just like, but it's something that I just can't wrap my head around as being important enough to do.
Okay, so
So-
I just put in Jewelry Zebra Stone Setting on YouTube, and she comes up 1, 2, 3, 4th, and you come up, I don't even, oh, there's something with you further down with a Formlabs video,
Yeah, I went over it with Formlabs.
but that's like the only thing on the first page.
That's
There's-
because I have no social media. I mean, that's
Oh,
why.
there you are. I see you did like a Pixelogic thing and you come up down there. But yeah, why is she like,
Because she posts regularly. Because she's hitting that algorithm.
yeah, and that video has 18,000 views.
And she's giving away bad information.
Ugh.
See, there's two parts in that statement: giving away and bad information.
Just start
Yeah.
with a star and a polymesh 3D. Don't go to initiate and don't have to make it a polymesh 3D. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've never even heard of. Well, see, that's old because now we have Gizmo. That's why we don't deal with that Polymesh 3D. That's why I say start with Star, because it is already a Polymesh, right? And it's any of those shapes inside Gizmo, all those you don't have to convert to Polymesh. See, she's talking about the old geometry, right? We don't, that's not a problem anymore if you're using Gizmo to generate and that's why I tell everyone to start with Gizmo, use a Star because it's already a Polymesh. You don't have to do any of your conversions. Like we used to you had to do that, you know, and she's never updated her video if that's what because that's old geometry, right? All right, so there we go. And now we're just gonna, I'm wasting time sculpting. Sorry, guys. We're talking about gem setting here. See, that's how I know it's 9 a.m. I'm sitting here fiddle-fatting around with the sculpt. So there we go. You now have a ring. Woohoo, isn't that exciting? Okay. See, my OCD is like, that sucks. Keep sculpting. All right, so there you go. Now you have a ring. You have fat prongs. So one of the things you can do now, so you don't want to cut your stone into the prongs, right? Actually, we can raise this up just a touch. Make sure you have enough meat. That's less than half, so that's okay. And now, is that touching? So that gallery is not even touching, so that's not a big deal. Now, if you have something where you have a seat, you can always use the stone to cut the seat. If you don't have an azure yet, you can use the stone to cut that. So now what we have to do, hold on, I'm gonna just make a band here as well. Let's append. Boop. This is gonna be the other stone. So here you wanna make sure the cullet doesn't come through the finger, right? Because that would hurt. So you just have to make sure that that's above that. Give it a little room. And now we're gonna come here. And as to Carmit's question from yesterday, we're going to do this. So turn on our stone again. We're good. Divide, 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 divide. There we go. So our band has to be to do a bezel set, right? You know, it needs, I mean, I guess technically we could do a tapered bezel, but yeah, I'm not going to go through that. So we're going to go W. No. Turn symmetry on. We're going to Y radial and just drag it up. I mean, if it's 70, if it's 100, it doesn't matter. Clay tubes. And so now we're going to come in and we're just going to get our bezel up to where it is big enough to get on top of that stone. Normally, if I were doing a bezel set, I would have raised this out of the model because now, right, this is all stretched out geometry, right? So you can do this by making it round and joining them, or you can do it like this and just remesh if you need to sculpt something groovy on it. But what's nice about the radio is that it allows you to come in and do some nice, you know, intersections here where these intersections are nice and smooth and it looks okay. So we're gonna, and there we go. Boom, we're just gonna make this flat. And I am going to go to about there. Oh, it's radial. Wow, this is gonna take a second. Oh. I'm old, crippled, and broken. It's really a tragic thing. I know you all feel for me. I know.
That's because ZBrush makes you fat.
No, it's eating that makes you fat. That's how we've been through this. All right. We're just going to give it a little extra height there. And that's a lot. Man, maybe that's excessive. You don't need that there. Just get it flush with the table. Now we're going to come in here. So now we have a bezel set and a prong set, right? So we're going to duplicate the stone. We're now going to create a cutter. So when I say cutter, I am talking about something that you can store and create libraries of. And they are going to be used as Boolean objects, right? These are the things that you are going to remove material, the cutter. So let's drag this guy down here. Let's turn that guy off. Let's turn that guy off. And what do we got here? We have a stone. We're going to grab extender. You have to rock it off a little so you can move this, right? Because this is in line with these two guys. So you want to get it off that. We're going to drag this. And I'm just going to go to the thinnest spot and go basically to the metal. And now I'm going to extend that. Now I'm going to come up here, accept. And now we're going to come back in and we are going to go extender, grab the spot, come down here, and I'm just going to pick around there. And now extend. So now as you can see, I have a cutter. Now, I would tend to cut this top off, trim front, cut the top off. Just so you don't actually think this is a stone. Cut the bottom off. Right? So now you can see this is the size of the stone. You have a seat, and then you have an azure. Now you can come here. That should just be one line, right? Yeah. So if you come here, stop. Hold down Control and Alt. Come here, hold down Control, drag it over, push Alt. It's going to select what you mask, not what you don't. Nope. Now we go accept. Going to bring this down here. And you just make this a little bit bigger. And now you can set the angle of that cut, right? Tend to usually just make it a touch bigger at the bottom. Once again, that's usually about metal weight more than anything really. And there it is. So normally I'll come back and remesh by Dynamesh, make this 1,000,000, bring this back on, and I will, it's not there, turn on radio X, YR 100, SK trim, and just kind of hit that. And we're just going to make that smoother. SK trim, make that smoother. You can see that I accidentally tapped there. That's okay, because we're going to come here, take planar, hit this plane and make it smoother. So you can see that that actually cut stuff off, right? So it, oh, I moved it. Oh, the extension moved it. get it back in here. You can kind of see that this is just a touch smaller than my stone. Wow, watch this, it's magic. Planar, hold down Alt, oh, turn symmetry back on. No, paint's on. I'm like, why is that turning black? Right. Hold down Alt, and that way we can fill that back up. SK trim, and just, you can get rid of that just by rubbing on it.
Sorry, I missed something. Can you go back like one step? Just, did you narrow that?
Did I
I missed-
narrow what?
I missed something like like 1
Do you
minute.
know what it is you missed?
Yeah, did you move,
This? Is this where you're at?
did you move the angle or something?
Okay, so you can see here, right? You can see the gemstone through that.
Yes.
That angle, so I made this a little bigger, but that angle doesn't, this isn't consistent all the way into the foundation. Go to planar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just touch on one of these surfaces and then hold down Alt, and that's going to fill, right? But see,
Okay.
it's not going to aggress into that surface.
Okay.
You can be persnickety or hold here, hold down Shift, and you won't get, you know, a lot of that.
You're just making it smooth so you don't have all the facets.
Yeah, just so if we cut, it's not, you know, this horrible faceted thing. And then I'm just coming with SK trim lightly and knocking those ridges off, you know, because once again, this really doesn't matter because your stone setter is going to take a setting burr and grind it to the right size.
So this might be a dumb question, but if you're making,
that's a dumb question.
Yeah, we already know. So if you're making the cutter bigger than the stone, wouldn't that remove more
You're
material?
going to have at least 2% shrinkage. At least 2% shrinkage. Yeah.
Because I would think intuitively that you would want to make the hole smaller than the stone.
The hole will be smaller than the stone because you are going to have at least 2% shrinkage.
All right.
This is going to shrink. If we're talking about 1/10 of a millimeter is a lot. You know, 100th of a millimeter is a lot at this point. So
based on your experience and shrinkage, there's still going to be plenty of material for the stone setter to remove.
Plenty.
Okay.
Plenty. And I mean, if you're paranoid and your stone setter says, damn it, we're not getting any shrinkage, can you stop doing that? Then you just make it smaller. But I've never had an issue where I took the measurement of the stone, made this, and then it was too big. That's never in my life happened. So
I will trust your vast experience.
I don't know, maybe you should go ask Kay. I bet she has some good insights.
No, thanks. It would give me too much anxiety. I already have high anxiety, so.
Oh, is that what you call your neuroses? So now you're here, right? So you can see that that gives you a little bit of taper going down in there just because I stretched this out. That could be equal. You're going to hammer all this crap down. So that little thing doesn't matter much because you're going to roll all that metal over onto your stone. So now all we do, we take this guy, throw him in a folder. Take this guy, throw him in here, put this guy up here, start, make that cut. Both are visible. You have to turn off transparency. Now, once again, if you are anal and fastidious and you don't believe me, you can always go turn that on and just drag it inside the cutter. Right? So now you don't have that little air gap, which is nothing but. Now we just go cut, start, boop, Boolean folder. Now, you would do this after you have sculpted, obviously. Make sure you finish sculpting because you lose your subdivisions here. And so you can go through and make, I have yet to actually, we will make a library of these cutters. I just haven't bothered yet because I just do this with the stone that I have in front of me, and I just, but now that I have students, I should provide you guys with sets of cutters. And there you go. Now it's set, right? You have those walls down. You just take your little thing, ping that down, and look,
Can you
you have a
hide
bezel set.
Can you hide the stone so we can see what it looks like in there?
Yeah.
Just
Wow,
for a
that's
second.
interesting. My Azure was a little too long. Yeah.
Oh, it's so lovely.
Right?
So does that work with, do you do that with all sizes of stones, or once they get bigger, do you need to kind of like make a thicker seat, or is that just your standard go-to for any size faceted round? Or
What is the cylinder? What did I'm sorry, one second, let me just see that. I have no idea what that is. Is that on this ring already? Oh, I must have had two. Oh, I have infinite move. Wow, that's fascinating. I'm sorry, guys. So when I did that radial, I had infinite depth Y on, and look, it did the radial through everything. That's fascinating. Learn something new every day, don't you? That was weird. Don't do that. I'm like, what in the hell did I do here? So somewhere along the way with that infinite Y, I jammed that through. I was like, what is that step right there? That step shouldn't be there. But somewhere I used infinite radial, and you can see it went all the way through. See how it pulled all that in and stuff. I'm like, what is that from? Oh. When I moved that in, that changed it. Okay. Do you need me to redo that even though I muffed that up? Can you use your imagination? Do you know what's going on there? Or do you need me to do it again? Kermit?
what, that there's a little step there that's not supposed to be there?
Yeah, no, see, look. See, I took this, but remember I moved that in, but I had infinite Y on. So when I moved that in, it all moved in, and that changed it into a step. And then when I cut it.
So you're saying it's just supposed to be straight down at that bottom point?
Right. Well, this ring should be out. That it shouldn't have that edge right there. It shouldn't have this stuff down here. Right. Hello. See, that's what it should look like.
So I did
Because
it
I
on
can't-
all four faces of the ring
Right.
on that axis.
Right. So here, I'll just redo it just so there's no confusion. Right. See, there's no. Boom. Now let's delete this because it was weird. Really? Jesus, my computer's talking to me. So now let's mask that. Oop. Unmask that. And we will Boolean folder. Okay. So if you do not have a preset cutter, this is how you go about it. You just take the stone you're using, you extend the bottom at whatever thickness you want that azure to be, and then you extend the top so it is the size of your stone. and you wind up with,
So, but this works with any size faceted stone and any
it works
shape.
with anything. Yeah, I mean, it's just, why did that,
You can't really use radial. Well, I guess you can on like a, what are those things called? Like the marquee cut or like those.
well, no, but then you just use infinite XYZ and you,
Okay.
why is that? That is super weird. That's cutting oddly. See that
Yeah.
ridge right there? Oh, you know what it is? When I raised this up, I didn't turn it on. So all that is right when I was raising this, I didn't open this. Here, look. Right. See, this just doesn't have the meat here. I didn't come back in and fill this up.
Okay.
I just did it on the outside. So normally you'll fill this up a little.
Okay.
So you wind up with a clean edge. Does
So
that make
basically-
sense?
Yeah, that there shouldn't be two steps, is what you're saying.
No. It should look like,
Filled in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out why that happened, but it's because I just didn't fill. Right, it's going to look like that.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
nice
that,
and smooth.
yeah.
Yeah. And then there's not going to be that step there. This is, there. That's what it'll look like.
So
I
if
just-
it were an odd, like a different shaped stone,
Who
then-
cares?
it'd still turn on radial, but you wouldn't turn on Y. Is that what you said?
Well, no, if it's a weird shaped stone, you just
Weird,
sculpt
but like
around it.
square or not Navette or what are those ones that are like oval but pointed at the end? Navette.
Here. See, here, let's take a heart shape. That's a really weird shaped stone, right?
I mean, that is kind of wild.
Let's split masked. Let's come to here. Append. Is that the heart? I think that's the heart.
Or like the square or just something that's
What
more.
doesn't matter? This is a weird shape, right? You can't use radial on this. I'm just taking the weirdest shape you can get.
Okay.
You're so funny. It's just like,
Because
well,
you use the easiest example. Like I'm gonna be like, oh well, is that gonna work with like other shaped stones?
well, what do you think I'm going to do? No, I'm not being a smartass. I'm serious. What do you think I'm going to do here?
You're going to use the extender and you're going to do the same thing. But then as far as like filling in with clay tubes, I was wondering how radial worked with those types of stones.
Well, you can't use radial with something that's not radial. You take
Right.
your heart, right? You take your heart. Okay, hold on. I just need to mark center here. Trim front. Trim front. And you would, because I just stretched this out, you'd probably need to remesh this at some point because you can see how I push that and see how much moves. That's just because that's gnarly. Go in here, there we go. Yep. You have to accept. Get it over the cullet. Right. W accept. Oh. Get that down there, make it just a little wider. How thick's our ring? Oh, that's more than enough. Right. Trim front. Trim front. Oops. W. Turn symmetry off. Remesh Dynamesh. Make it 1,000,000. Oh, my shoulders. Can y'all hear that crunching when I do that? It's horrible.
Yeah, we heard that.
Shoulders aren't supposed to make that noise. When you roll your shoulders, that's the noise my body makes. It's tragic. SK trim. And instead of radio, I'm just going to come in and smooth the surface a bit. Yeah. SK trim it a touch. I mean, honestly, you don't really have to get rid of those. You know, it doesn't hurt that they're there. I just don't like facets, you know. Come in here and smooth this out some. Oh, damn it. Of course, I didn't turn symmetry back on. See symmetry. That thing you got to remember, it's going to be tiny. I'm just trying to get rid of my facets. It's a little smaller than my stone, so don't much care. Right, the exactitude of this stuff, it's just, it doesn't matter if it's exact. Because once again, someone's taking a piece of high speed steel and they are going to cut crap into this stuff. All right, so there we go. If you want to get persnickety, you can get, you need a much smaller, you know, you can come in and get this perfectly cut in, cut past the angle, right? If this sharp intersection is important to you, do you distinctly hear the implication that it's not important to me? Right, but cut past, smooth. I'm using planar, right? And now here, just use planar and you can tap that up and then you can get a clean intersection there. Does everyone understand that part? Because using planar alt fills, but it doesn't cut into the other side. So if you're ever trying to get really sharp intersections, do planar one direction where it's cutting, right? And go into the other side. Then come back, you know, smooth it out. and then come back, hold down Alt with planar, and see how it doesn't cut in. And come back smooth. There you go. And now, we're just going to
Thank
drop
you.
this in this folder. We're going to drop that in that folder. We're going to make this start. We're going to start on there too, just because in these columns, when you're Booleaning, you can do a bunch of different cuts at the same time. Just remember that it's going to go down, but then when it hits start, it's going to view that as a different function, right? And normally if you don't have them turned on, they don't work, right? Just by turning these off, it should ignore those. I find that sometimes when you have a bunch of things stacked together, it gets weird. So just putting start, it's going to stop no matter what. It's going to stop before it hits the start. So that's a clean start.
And
Turn that on.
after you've done that, you can save it as an IMM brush and make your own cutter, add it to your cutter library.
We're going to get there in a second. Yes,
Okay.
that's next.
Clean out were we supposed to clean out the heart on the ring with just smooth it out first?
What heart? You
Is
mean
that
this
all?
stuff?
Yeah, on the inside, all those ridges from where you,
No. Why would you do that?
doesn't matter. Okay.
You're
That's
about
what
to
live
cut 'em.
Boolean's about to do, yeah.
Yeah, you're about to get rid of them right here.
Yeah, okay.
Boolean folder. All right. The Boolean operation has succeeded, but several warnings were reported during the process. The resulting tool may contain a few inaccuracies. So when you start Booleaning, well, first of all, I pushed the wrong damn button. So let's, I pushed intersection, not, do you see what I did? That's a Boolean intersection. That's not a Boolean cut. Delete. Let's make sure we do this correctly this time. That's supposed to be there. But I'm going to show you something that is important. Boolean folder. Stay.
Dun, 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 dun,
I know.
dun,
I really
dun.
need theme music. This is getting old. And why it's taking so long is that inside surface, this is all stretched out. So it's trying to match the geometry of the extension to the sort of mangled geometry on the inside. So we're going to wind up with some weird stuff. But this is good because it's going to show you this part. Okay, so there. So you don't have to worry about cleaning that, right? No, I didn't fix that backside. Whatever. Right? I mean, you can make that smooth, doesn't matter. So you have this. Now it said we don't have those accuracies. So this is something that, so let's say I keep saying, okay, I'm going to check mesh integrity, or I'm going to, this is my Kitco. Geez Louise. Right. So I'm hitting Kitco and I'm trying to get it to think. See how it says it's not a solid mesh? Okay. Well, first of all, let's close holes just to make sure. Oh, this is a 6 million poly mono. So sometimes you're like sitting here and you're trying to get this thing to be watertight, and it just keeps saying that it refuses to be watertight. And you're about to remesh it, right? You're just so frustrated. You're like, damn it. Stop, escape, stop, whatever you're doing, stop. For Christ's sake. Okay, there we go. And you know, it's just not working. And especially if you've been bullying a lot. So one of the things you need to do is go auto groups. So after you've done it, if you know that you're doing a few booleans, wait until the end, doesn't matter. If this is the only bullying you're doing, do it right after you do it. And that is hit auto groups. So now it's taking anything that is a separate part and making it a different poly group. And I'm going to hold down Control Shift and I'm going to tap the surface. Now, do you notice all of a sudden we have split hidden right here? So does everyone understand what I did there? Remember when we were doing poly groups? If you hold down Control Shift, it selects only the poly group that you touched, and then it's going to hide everything else. So I'm going to split hidden. And we're going to go here. Let's hide this guy and go frame. And do you see these weird little things right here? If you notice, oh, well, that's fascinating. They're off that. I would assume they were off the heart. That's funny.
Those are noise, what do you call them?
Noise shells.
Noise shells.
So what happens, right? So you can see that there was a noise shell in here. And then what happened when the Boolean happened, it joined those two edges, but ZBrush doesn't know to get rid of garbage that's floating inside, right? It's just like, oh, okay, well, we did this, and then there's, well, that crap over there. So what you need to make sure that you stay on top of is this garbage. And it doesn't have to be a weird Boolean. Like I thought this was going to be around the heart. And obviously it was up around the bezel. So it's just a habit to get into. Once you do a Boolean, just go auto group and then just tap the surface and right. And then you can see that crap. Wow, that's on. Was that more of it? Why didn't that? Oh, because, all right, so split hidden. And now we have these like little things. Now you don't have to do split hidden. You can just go delete hidden. Hold on, let's delete. No, that's funny. I must have had that masked or something, so I'll close that hole. Come on, you. Oh, it was probably just a separate poly group. So stop, escape. We don't need that. Okay. So what it's going to do is take all that loose crap, get it out of your model, and now you can have a model that'll be watertight after you go through, you know, the clicking and cutting and all that. Does everybody understand that? Or let me, yeah, no, you just, yeah, exactly. Does anyone not understand that? Let's do it that way. Okay.
So basically you do this every time you see remesh, Boolean, union remesh, anytime type there's some sort of like union or
normally I do it just before I start decimating and stuff. I don't because you can kind of like I know how long a Boolean should take for the most part. And if the Boolean takes a long time, I'll do it after that because that means it's struggling to figure out how to resolve intersections and stuff, you know. But to be safe, just do that after your Boolean. You know, there's some things that are obviously going to be clean Booleans, so you don't usually think about it. But before you start, like if it rejects a shell and you've closed holes, do that. You know, just get in the habit of doing it every once in a while. You know, if you're doing a lot of bullying, do it after each Boolean.
So do you do it after
Especially-
you remesh?
No, just do it right then.
Okay.
Hey, Thomas, so
Yes.
whenever you design with the stone, you have to put that hole in it every time.
I'm sorry, one more time?
When you set a stone, right?
Right.
You have to put that hole into the ring every time.
No, there's flush setting that you don't blow holes through. It's just, it's a way to, once again, be able to clean your ring. It's just a habit. I like Azure's. It gets rid of metal costs, or, you know, it's removing metals. But no, by no means, you don't have to do the second extension. I would do it just a little bit, even if you don't plant, like, let's say you don't want to blow through the metal, or you don't want to blow through the ring, right?
Yeah.
Because you have some design in there. I would still, hold on, let's, where's our stone? Oh, duplicate it so you have your stone. Duplicate, I'm gonna take you back to the beginning. Probably in here somewhere. Back here, maybe? Back here?
Well, it's nice to allow light to pass through the stone.
Really, that's only an issue with color stones. Diamonds are only reflecting light coming through the front. That's why you can have an inclusion the size of your thumb as long as it's cut outside of the light bouncing angle. So with diamonds, that's not really an issue. With color stones, it can help, but there's not light coming through there. It's against your finger, right? You know, it's really a cleaning thing. So let's say you know that, here, let's W, you don't want to blow through, right? So I would still kind of come in here and pull this in some. Obviously, I wouldn't have tapered it then, right? Just have it like that. So let's turn on transparency, just so there's a little room down there for your cullet to breathe, right? Just so it's not going down to a point, but it's going into sort of a open bucket. And that way, if the cullet's cut at a slightly different angle or something like that, you don't have to get in there and fuddle futz with it. There's plenty of room and you're not jamming that, you know, depending on the stone, it could be very fragile. So giving that stone a little room to breathe down here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
See, you know, I would still bring that down beyond the cullet just so there is some room for it.
Okay.
But no, it doesn't have to punch through. That's just a habit I have. Like I said, it just allows it to clean. Like if you have, you know, if you only have like you have a 1 millimeter stone here, well, it's not going to go anywhere near. It's not going to go anywhere near getting to the bottom. So you don't have to jam those all the way down. But I would put like a little cup at the bottom just so the stone setter doesn't have to get in there and futz with it. It's quicker for them. They can just tap it through and not have to make sure. Sometimes they're going to do a drill point there or something, and that's going to be the starting point. So you're drilling past that cullet so it has room. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, of course. So now, let's go to the other side of this ring. So the thing, you know, this is all great, and you're sort of getting your stone setting set up and ready, and, you know, yay. But now you have an issue because somebody wants a rendering. Now, everybody knows I'm kind of anti-rendering, but renderings have their purposes, I guess. And so thing is a production model and a rendering model are different things. See, the production model, the prongs are all the way up here, so your stone setter has plenty of room to do it. Now, a render wants it to look as if it has already been set. Does that make sense? So in renderings, there are those people who just cheese out and leave the production prongs at full. But for a rendering, you don't want those prongs above that table, right? And so now that is a rendering prong. Come on. Oh, I'm not even looking at that big square in the center of my screen. It's not going to undo. All right, boop. Production prong, rendering prong. Does everyone understand this concept? Because I'll tell you what, if you send that to a jeweler and that hasn't been set yet, they are going to punch you in the eye. They'll set it, but they'll hate you. They'll probably actually tip it. But yeah, that's not nice to do to your gem setter. Does everyone, okay, is there anyone who doesn't understand the difference between those two things, between a rendering prong and a production prong?
So rendering prong is make it seem as if it's the final product, and then setting prong, it's when they're a bit higher above the stone.
Right, there's room to allow the setter to compress the prong.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Okay, so now.
So how much do you leave above the stone for the prongs?
Some. I don't measure it. Here, look. There you go. That's more than enough.
I don't like wastage. Yeah, okay.
You don't like wastage?
Yeah.
No, just some.
Okay, that looks good. Thank you.
I don't know. I've never measured a prong. I have no clue. And if you're worried about that weight, I mean, you know, if you're dealing with 24 karat gold, sure. But yeah, don't stress out about that. That's not going to be an issue, I assure you. All right, so let's actually come here. We'll just do it on this one since it's here. So I think it was Mike who mentioned the presetting or doing the preset brushes. So
Yeah.
one of the things you have these rendering prongs, and then you have production prongs. So for that ring, the center setting, you can do that. That took me like 8 seconds, right? It was no big deal. Just go in there and move it, you know, duplicate the model after it's been decimated and just squish them down. Ta-da, there you go. But now if you actually have a bunch of tiny little stones that have a bunch of tiny little prongs, that obviously becomes a nightmare, especially if it's on a curved surface, because you can't just grab them all at once. So I have these little things set up. What is that? One of them should say complete full stone set. Here we go. So have my stone block. And this is set up in a set of 3 because that's what I was using for these college things. So you'll see here that we have 3 sets. This is on a curved surface. So here, let me do it on a flat surface just so we can do it. If this was on a curved surface, you can actually lay them. You can turn on stroke turn on stroke, turn on curve mode, and now I can drag them. These are going to be tiny. Man, everything is taking forever today. Oh, it's because, yeah, it's because this is a 7 million poly set. Because this was full res, because I wasn't doing this. You can see how this can get you in trouble, right? You're being very clever and you grab this and then you decide to turn curve on and you do that. And do you see how this just became a 42 million poly model just by me doing this? So this is set up for these university, like class logo stuff. Oops. So these are set up for that. That's why they're 3. I'm going to go to star, W, cube, just so we have a flat surface here. Okay. Grab my brush, turn curve off. Stroke, there you are. Curve mode off. And I'm just going to drag these out. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is split these. All right, so this is important, right? We have this. We've dragged these out onto our surface. You see they're sitting up here. How you adjust this drag out, like if you're going to be doing this a lot, right? You're going to use it repeatedly. Undo that. Just bring this down. Drag. And you're just trying to get that ridge to be just below the surface. Okay, so that's a little drag. Okay, so that's pretty close, right? Because you can see that's sitting in there. So that's our setting. We're fine with that. We're going to take this, drag it out, hold down shift so it locks. Really? How is that off? That is so bizarre. Okay. Usually shift locks it. I don't know why that's all at a wonky angle. Okay, so you can see. No. You got to be careful when you go in. Make sure you only draw on one angle because for some reason it changes things. So you don't want to go back down. See how it's compressing the whole thing? It's a strange thing. I don't know why it does it. Just be careful that you don't distort them out too much. Normally these are set up right, so all you do is drag, hold down shift and drag and it stays at a thing, but it's being a pain, so don't know why. All right, so we now have our object, right? I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna tap, and I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna split hidden. So now I have these guys on separate objects. Does that make sense? Does everyone understand where we're at? I know that I moved it back and it changed things and blah, 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 but does everyone understand how we got to this point? Okay. So now we're going to come here. Now let's look at this for a second. This isn't even the one that's set up right. Okay. So normally I have these set up in poly groups so I can split poly groups, but it's okay. What we're going to do is go split to similar parts. Okay. Boop. All right. And you can see that for some reason this should be one set. Okay. And so this is another set. I'm just going to merge these down. It's funny that all these are different enough to be considered different parts. I've redone this. I don't know why this is behaving this way. Wait, what did we just do there? Okay. All right. So now you can see within this model, what do I have? I'm going to turn you off for a second. We're going to turn the lines off for a second. I have my cutters. I have my production prongs. I have my rendering prongs, and I have the stones. So the stones and the rendering prongs are for rendering. The production prongs and the cutters are for production. Here's the beauty. If you have these set up, and I don't know if these are in the right order anymore because, well, damn it. This has just been a nightmare. We have, this is start. And now you take these two and drag these up here. You can duplicate your base and drag this up here. Start, start. These are just added. No, these are additive, and that's additive, right? Because that's all going to go into one thing. And now the next thing is start. This is negative, and that is additive. Now, I'm going to show you something here in a second. So let us turn these off. And we're going to turn these on, and I'm going to turn on the live Boolean here for a second so you can see what's happening. So you notice, see how the prong is coming into the seat? That's good. You don't want to cut this out, right? So these are hierarchical, and they cut in the order, the linear order, right? So this is the part, this is cutting something out, and then we're adding this. So if we move this up and we look at it, now the cutter's cutting the prong, right? So pay attention to the order that you put these things in, because you can come in with some very complex Booleaning that's hierarchical. So does everyone see this? Does this make sense to everyone? So now we're just going to move that back into proper place. And so now what we're going to do, turn everybody on. All right, who's fuddling around out there? I hear crunching.
Sorry, I think that was me.
Oh, I see how you are.
My computer's about to run out of juice. I'm having to plug it in. I'm muting. Sorry.
No problem.
I was so quiet, I forgot that I had sound on.
Now you can see that our stones are sitting a little above the surface. I'm just going to move those down to where they're there. Right? So now we have our rendering and our production all in the same folder. See how there's a start here and a start here? I now go Boolean folder. And I have my production model, tall prongs, seats cut. And I have my rendering model, short prongs, stone set. Does this make sense to everyone? And do you see how wonderful it is? You have one brush. You've just created your production model and your rendering model in one fell swoop.
I see how this is useful for prongs, but the way I learned pave is without the beads. It's just the stone setter that just cuts in the metal.
This
like
isn't
that.
pave. This is
Oh,
small
prong.
beads.
I don't understand that one. Is it like a prong or is it?
It's a prong. They're little prongs.
So why wouldn't someone do pave if they were settings? Like I never understood the bead. I didn't understand. I don't get that one. Is it like pave with beads?
Pave means cover the surface with stones.
So what is this bead? Is it like prongs? Because
Yeah.
I've seen it before, but I've only seen it like, that's not the way I learned. I always learned just to do either pave or like prongs. I never understood the bead thing.
Well, There are sometimes, like, let's say these are all along the edge. I'm trying to find a,
Because
Pave,
yeah,
for
I
me-
learned pave, and pave, I know what pave is.
okay, it's using a bead, like the pave is
Yeah, but you
setting with,
cut into the metal, so all I would do is just do a pilot hole. I wouldn't even put the beads there because that gets cut in with the.
really? Okay, so look at this stone. How are you going to pave that? How are
Okay,
you
so
going to raise, how are you going to raise a bead for that?
okay,
It's
so
prong
that's
setting.
like
it's bead
okay,
and
so it is prong. So it is prong. Okay.
It's a prong. What do you
'Cause
mean,
you
what
know
is a
when
prong?
You know when you see that those CAD models and there's the beads all over the surface, like, and it looks like a Lego piece. So I didn't know what they were trying to achieve there.
Well, they're trying to achieve something that looks like, well, that's a bar, but you can see that there are tiny prongs in here, right? Not everything is raised.
See, when I
Sometimes
learned
you,
how to do that, I always just cut in and created the divisions with the graver. And that's what that's what the stone setter does.
no.
And that you would just, yeah,
See, I
that,
mean, prong setting's a specific thing.
yeah, that's like a prong. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's called prong setting, not pave.
All right.
Do you not?
Yeah, I just think sometimes it looks cheesy.
That's prong set. That's prong set. Some people like the consistency of that, you know. I mean, that's prong set. I mean, how are you going to raise beads in there? You know,
Because you go in there and you cut the divisions
no,
beforehand.
you don't. You're going to hammer all that back and then just raise your
The
prongs.
stone setter does
Look at
that.
your seats. They're half rounds. There's no place to raise the prong from. You have to have meat to raise your prong, right? I mean, you have to have material to move a prong, or I mean, to raise a bead. Jesus.
Yeah, and you would leave the metal in between as like a little block, and then it just gets
No,
divided.
I know how that's done. I'm just saying that bead setting is a very real thing. It's a very
Yeah,
real look that
just never got
people
into-
like.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
Alright.
you know,
It's a totally different thing.
There's
Yes.
two different schools of thought, basically, and two different styles.
Yeah.
Pave and then this setting,
they're
Those are
really
sort
two
of
different functions.
two
So,
functions. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, two different functions.
It's
yeah,
sort of
I
like
mean,
in between prong and pave. It's sort of some like middle ground.
well, no, it's just a prong set. It's not a middle ground. It's just setting with prongs. I mean, that's a very traditional thing to do as well. I mean, it's not, it's just a different thing. I mean, so, you know, here, you know, you're saying that you just go in and cut your prongs.
Oh yeah, and that's like a stone setter's job.
Well,
The middle part.
not really. I mean, like, the thing is that in a prong set ring, I can only imagine, and this is where we can go back, Catherine can ask this question. You know, if you have all your prongs set up, all you do is come down and knock these tips off. You know,
Seeing a lot of metal.
if you're fabricating,
It's the
this is how
show.
you fabricate prongs. But in CAD, if you wanted this ring, I can make this ring in 10 minutes where all the stone setter's doing is rounding off the prongs and cutting the seat.
It's just that seeing a lot of metal in between the stones, I was always taught was kind of ugly. It was like the less metal you see, the better. You want to highlight the stones. But I get it.
In
It's a small-
pave, yeah. But I mean, this isn't pave, right? I mean, this is prong setting. You know, I mean, if you have something like this, you're not going to raise those prongs, right?
Right, well,
I mean,
that's yeah, I
yeah,
get
I was gonna say in a bead and in like a bead and bright, or if you're like doing like a thread set, it's nice to have some metal already built in, because the amount of time it would take for Ben to sit there and have to cut away everything versus if you do design it wisely, you're not hindering it by having it a little bit like what you're doing there and building the beads or the prong, and you're not hurting the look at the end. You don't
I
want
guess it
everything.
depends on the design. It's just, I guess it just depends on the design.
Well, it's also manufacturing.
Yeah, you don't want your
Right.
stone
I mean,
setter
if you're making one piece, that's great. Do this okay, so I've raised those prongs and I give them to you, right? So you get a piece like this where you're cutting the seat and you're knocking down the bead, right? Or you cut 1,000 of those. How are you going to make 1,000 of those?
Precisely.
I mean, these are, yeah, sure. You know, it's great if you can fabricate everything, but that's not real in manufacturing,
Okay.
right? So on one piece, sure, that's great. And yeah, you know, everything you see here can be done by hand, right? But I mean, if you're making more than 10 of them, hell, if you're making more than 2 of them, if you want them to look alike, that gets tricky, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So you're thinking of things in the concept of, oh, if I am making a one-off piece, I want to do this, right?
Well, no, I'm thinking of the final look and like how much metal I want to be seen and who's gonna do that work. You know what I mean? So
Well, I'm just saying, look, I mean,
That seems to be a design preference at that point, right?
well, it is, but it's also a real manufacturing. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
wedding bands, you know, it's, I like this says, what's pave? Um,
see,
But-
someone
But I mean, technically, I guess technically that is pave. You are covering the surface with stones, but these are bead set, right? And, you know, this I would consider more pave, right? Because you're actually covering the surface.
see, this is the difference between like traditional technique versus
You're not, okay,
production.
I'm going to just stop you right there. This is not about generating one-off pieces necessarily. This is about being able to make things that are manufacturable where you can make money off of them, right? Because
Yeah.
very few of us are jar and can make one
Yeah, I
piece
was
and
gonna say I
live
don't
a
think
year
Jar
off of
took
it.
the bead set.
I guarantee you he'd use CAD if he could. It's just like, all I know is that Leonardo and Michelangelo would have been 3D printing mofos.
Yeah, I get your point.
I
Right.
mean, but bead setting is I mean, you know, this is a very traditional look for bridal. The beads are part of it. You know, I mean, go all the way back to, you know, well, a prime example, the die stamped platinum Victorian rings. Those all have beads. That's not, you know, because once again, you're not, everything isn't always the less metal, the better, right? Because those beads, especially if you're throwing down mill grain and stuff, those beads are part of that aesthetic, right? No one, I mean, you could pave this, but you know, why would you? I mean, you're
Seeing all
dealing
that
with,
metal inside is ugly, and I wouldn't want it to be left
okay,
out.
but well,
That's just my
understand,
personal preference.
right? But I'm just saying, understand that most bridal is done this way. Almost no one is trying to hide those beads in bridal.
Yeah, that's why there's a lot of ugly bridal.
Well, but not having those beads isn't going to make this ring any better. I mean, you know,
I get it.
I mean, you're like, well, Lalique didn't use beads. Yeah, he made 3 pieces
No,
a year, you know?
I get why you're talking about this.
Well, it's not even why. I mean, this is bridal. I mean, find me a picture of a modern engagement ring that is set the way you're talking about it. I think you'd probably
you're
be
talking
very
about
hard pressed to find it.
hiding the prongs completely, like the metal, like Invisiset, which I hate. I'm confused. Something has to hold the stone in.
Yeah. Even, okay, you say you hate Invisiset, but I have to say, oh God, what's his name? God, I'm having a
I mean, I
bad
think it's
brain.
amazing. I just wouldn't want to do it personally, but yeah, I mean.
No, I'm trying to think. Oh, no, it's a nightmare.
I'm talking about traditional pave technique where you separate the metal with the gravers and there's very little metal between the stones. That's all I'm talking about. And you're talking about bead setting, which is more of a production thing, which now I'm understanding. I didn't know anything about that before.
Well, here, hold on.
I mean, it's not necessarily more production though. Like Ben hand cuts all of our bead sets.
Right. No, I'm just saying that,
It's the same as pave, but there is like a point where in production manufacturing, you can build some of that in and lessen the amount of time your stone setter is having to work on recessing everything and cutting everything. I mean, there is a balance.
sure. But I'm just saying this, I mean, these are antique engagement rings. They're bead set. The beads are all part of that mill grain. Everybody likes the bigger beads. And also if you're doing, I've seen a lot of multi-color stones where, let's say this is white gold, and I've seen where the seat and the prongs are yellow gold. And so you get this nice color difference, in the thing. But look, all these are bead set, right?
I just threw one in that we just made that, like, the CAD model, like he built in some of the, it's like a half and half, and it's a balance. It's that style that you're.
But see, I mean, even these, they're prongs. Right?
Now those are fully prongs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then like
Because-
on the shank there,
Oops. I would say those are even full prongs on the shank, wouldn't you?
are they? That's what I was trying to see. I'd say they built them into the CAD model. Yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I knew this was.
Well,
gonna-
no, I mean, no, these are questions, I'm just saying that what you're talking about is very uncommon, like where they're trying to, I mean, the bead setting is just part of bridal as far as I mean, it's all that, oh, mill grain, bumpy,
because
lumpy.
I didn't know.
Oh,
I don't
beads,
know
beads, beads,
anything
beads,
about
beads.
mass production. Like mass production is something I never learned. I took traditional techniques in Italian jewelry school where this like someone just did stone setting their entire life and that's all they
Okay,
did.
well,
So like my
but
background is not production.
okay, but hold on. Vintage,
Kat, that ring is shiny.
antique,
What's that?
Italian.
That was
I said that ring is shiny.
a little bit
Vintage,
shiny.
antique, Italian engagement rings.
No, but I get it now. I get what you're doing. I get what you're teaching.
And we built that one in CAD custom to the diamond. She actually had the same ring we made 10 years ago with a smaller diamond, so she wanted the same design, but so we went in, pulled up the diamond, pulled up the design from before and rebuilt it to the new diamond.
Right.
But it's like a balance. Like it's kind of what we did a lot of what you're doing here, Tomas, where you build the prongs and build some of the beads, but then some of it's all hand cut and the mill graining's hand cut, and it just.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, a lot of those, you can raise that stuff, but I mean, these are antique Italian engagement rings, Guess what? They're beads. I mean, you don't have to make the beads huge, But even, this is little tiny beads, right? And the amount of time and energy it takes to cut that out, right? That could be a CAD bead, Try to find me an example of what the look you're saying.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Find me something that doesn't look like beads.
So it's just that when you put the bead in already, they all end up looking so large.
Well, guess what? You can always make them smaller. You can make a tiny prong. I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
I'm just saying, find me a picture of something that doesn't wind up looking like a prong. That's all I'm saying.
Isn't that what brides usually want, or just big ass rings?
Yeah.
Well, the other thing about the prongs is when you start jamming a shit ton of prongs in with a shit ton of stones, you can get away with smaller stones because the prong is this bright half dome. The little stones are little bright round things. And so now all of a sudden from 5 feet away, it just looks like this little sparkly thing, right? You know,
And that's all
prongs
brides ever
fill up
really want.
space.
Yeah.
For sure. You know what I mean? I just see if you can find me a picture of something that doesn't look like a prong. Let's go there.
Okay.
Okay. Because I mean, this is what they want it for the college thing. And you also got to think, see, you're thinking about this as this size, you know, these are like this big, you know?
The college thing you're talking about is like if you're doing like their logo, they're like
Right,
a
like
UCLA, you're
University of Florida.
UCLA,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
They did a
you're
whole bunch
filling.
of
Oh,
yeah.
okay, okay, that's what's
Right. See, because here everything looks big. Now, there are people who make huge prongs because they're like, well, I got to leave enough meat, you know. So yeah, of course they're huge, right? But you know, I mean, even if you're raising these beads and you're not setting in prongs, when it's all this big, you know, that's not a huge prong, right?
I see what you're saying. It just needs to be done right. You know, there's so much junk that, you know.
Well, if you make junk, it's not because of the computer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound so skeptical about that. If you choose what size prong you put there, right? So,
I mean, you've seen the CAD, like they just lay out the beads on the surface and it just looks like a Lego with beads. It just like looks horrible. So,
well, guess what? That's on your back not to do that. It has nothing to do with a bead, right?
yeah. And I'm sure once I get to production, no matter
Well,
what.
I mean, even if you're making a custom piece, I mean, are you going to CAD half of it, like sculpt it all in ZBrush, but you're going to leave enough meat in there for you to go in and hand cut prongs? How does that make
No,
any sense?
I'm sure production is like this is expected. So, I mean, for
Well,
me, I
but
had
I'm not even talking about production. Let's say you are making one ring, right? You're going to
yeah.
make one ring, right? And you know that you're going to have little stones set in there, right? So are you going to do this? Okay, well, that should be enough meat for me to come in with my saw and cut here. And then I'm going to come in with my saw and cut here. No, you have a damn computer. You're going to put beads in there. No one's going to do that. There's no point. If you're going to do that, just go back to hand fabricating. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm kind of laughing because I admit we do that a lot.
But see, technically that wouldn't even be something I had to do because the stone setter would do it. I would probably just have to pay him more.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. If you're going to expect a stone setter to hand cut all that crap, sure, but you're going to pay for it.
That's what I'm saying. It would be more money.
Would be a lot more money because especially if, but my point is you're in CAD. Why would you do that? I mean, we are in a computer, right?
Oh my God, you just said we're in CAD.
Well, technically this is computer assisted design. So this
Yeah.
is CAD. But do you see what I'm saying? I mean, if
It would cost more the more work that the stone setter is doing.
right, but I'm just saying, if you are going to be doing this in the computer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you use the computer?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, I'm just, because if the prongs are too big and fat, that's your fault, right? I mean, print it out, look at it. Those
Right.
prongs are too big and fat. You know, you don't have to make prongs too fat. In fact, one of my big problems is people yell at me is that my prongs are always too small. Those prongs, this specific brush is designed for mass manufacturing. They were going to make hundreds of thousands of these damn things. So that setting set is to their specifications. So that's why this is this. I mean, how big is one of these prongs? So that, oh, well, I dragged this out. So this doesn't have a real scale. I was like, that's 0.19 millimeters. You can't say that's too, well, you know, honestly, how big is one of the stones? That could be right. Well, that's fine. It'll give us, no, that's 0.2. That's pretty tiny. But technically you could have it that big, you know, I mean, that's not, here, let's, I think these are 0.8s if I remember. Oh, this is Boolean. That's why it's doing that. So when you do this, you actually wouldn't Boolean those stones in there. Because now that won't render as a thing. You would just do the seat and then set those stones on top.
I get it. I feel like I took you down a tangent and
Well, no, this is important because this is a really, you know, this is a really important concept in the sense of why are you doing this, right? What is the point of doing? So that's a 1/2 mil stone, right? So that prong is 0.3 mil or 0.2 mil. That's a tiny damn bead, right? I think one of the things that happens is that when I have it this big, this looks huge and you lose concepts of perspective, right? You lose your perspective of how big these things are. And they used to have it, I don't know where it went, it might still be here somewhere, but there's a view and actual scale button. And you look at it and you're like, oh, no human on the planet is ever going to see that. You're wasting time and energy, right? So, you know, even there, you know, this looks like the beads are pretty big because the stones aren't shiny, right? I think you'd be surprised at how big some of your beads are if you actually took a caliper to them.
yeah.
It's how you use them, right? And how they're set. And yeah, I can understand going back in and hand cutting stuff. There are reasons that you would do that.
Especially in gold, like they can be so tiny.
Well, just make them tiny.
Okay, this is great. I'm happy that you're convincing me because I have no idea about this stuff. I didn't know what any of that was.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you can set up cutters that are going to be able, and I suggest setting up cutters that are, you know, you can have preset bezels. You can have preset cutters. Like if you have a stone library, you could literally make a bezel seat for each one of these. You could literally make a bead set for each of these. You could make a set of prong sets for each of these. And then you just have libraries of parts. You know, if you're using them a lot, you just come back in, open your library and go, right? And so the difference in taking the library like this and making one for each is just what we've been going through. If you want a 1/2 millimeter bead or a 1/2 millimeter prong, was a 1/2 millimeter prong going to be able to do this? Are they always to scale? Technically, I just make one for each shape and then I size it up and down and then I sculpt the edge off because I don't do anything that doesn't have texture in it, right? I think jewelry without texture sucks. Who cares? Great, I made it bright and shiny. Oh, well, great, congratulations. You want a cookie? So did that machine over there. Ta-da. Yeah, I think the whole hyper polishing thing makes me want to vomit a little, but that's me. I'm a sculptor, I want texture. Okay, so we have fast bezel setting. We have fast prong setting. We have setting up cutters. We have pre-building sets. So if you are making 15, 20 things, then you know that that's always consistent. It has the cutter, it has the display, you can render and produce, and you don't have to go through and futz with them every time. You can just, and it's done. So does anyone have any questions about where we are? Does anyone feel that they couldn't right now grab a band and throw a stone on it? Inside the folder resources, inside the resources folder, there are a bunch of, like that one little drawing that had the stones and that. So there's a whole thing about fishtail and French cut is a French setting, a fishtail setting, and whoa, there's a whole world of yabbering yin yangy stuff that jewelers care about. I don't. I design stuff. I don't care what you call it. I want it to look like what I want it to look like. And since I'm very rarely designing just really simple things, I don't worry about it. But are there any questions, issues, answers? Where we're at, because we're going to kind of change modes here a little bit. Wow, everyone's good? That's awesome. Let us go to quick save. Is it this one? No. Okay. I think it's in the mermaid one. Come on. Wait a minute. That's not right. No. That's weird. It's just kicking us back to that. Bizarro. Maybe it's in the bracelet one. Maybe that'll open it. No. You can do it. Look, it just kicked it back out. What the hell? Okay, that's weird. Oh my God. It's always going to be like this, isn't it? It's just, you actually take time to set things up and they just don't happen. All right, here we go. That's an old one.
Hey, Tomas, while you're
Yeah.
going over settings, how about like an unusual, I know we talked a little bit about scanning in, like an unusual cab, something that's got a little bit, is there at some point during this that you could touch on scaling and accurately building in, like, does that make sense? Accurately building in a not so standard cut stone.
Well, I mean, so here,
Say like a bezel set for it or a prong, basically take the stone and trace it, but it's more the scaling that I wonder about.
calipers. I mean,
Calipers.
so let's say you have this and you know that, hold on, split hidden. Hide those. Let's say it's an opal. So we're going to knock that edge off. We're going to drag this edge out. Let me divide this thing. Right, so I'm just going to make this a weird cut. And so let's W Dynamesh. Lower. Dynamesh, where the hell? Remesh by Dynamesh. Boom.
Hey, Thomas, I think if I'm reading this right, if you hit 0, the key 0 should go to actual size.
Really? I thought it was here, so let's go 0.
That's what it says in the manual. Actual size. The actual size button displays the document at 100% size.
Oh,
You can also,
The
document.
document.
Document. Sorry. Sorry. My bad.
Well, I guess technically though, okay, hold on. One thing at a time. We'll come back to that. Damn it, where are? I just love being divided up into like 15 different drives. It's just so nice. It makes me so happy. Yeah, let's try this one. Bet it's that one. Okay. All right, here, I'll draw for a second. So, either, I mean, there are lots of ways of doing it. You can, put it on a Xerox machine and copy it so you have the silhouette, right? Now, does this have my other stuff in it? It does not. Let's try this one. No. Okay. So if you draw your little shape, right, whatever that shape is, and often what people do will just throw it on a scanner or a copying machine, and that'll give them the silhouette. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Does that make sense? And so then I would just measure it like this way, measure it this way. And if you had the silhouette, literally either I just bring it in as a tool, or I'll hold it like this and, just get it the rough shape. And then measure from height, look at the silhouette closely, and then, just look at it, get the rough silhouette looking through one of the axes and just get it close. And then like for opals, this is what I sort of did. We did that. Let's say it has a flattened back. I'll come in, flatten, I'll just flatten the back. You get the rough silhouette, and literally, half the time I just like look at it and just kind of get it, to where it's at. Get the scan and put it in there and, get it to where it's at. And let's say you measure it, right? And the thing is 15 millimeters long, or let's say 20 millimeters long and 12 millimeters wide. Is this what you're talking about? Row.
Sorry, I muted myself. Thank you. Yeah, yes.
Okay. So you know how to get to this point, right? Just
Yes.
through looking at it and sort of, caliper it, that that's roughly your silhouette, right? Are we in agreement with where we're at the moment? Is that a yes or no? Kat?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You asked the question about this, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So do we understand where we're at? We got roughly our stone shape, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm like waiting for a response. So all you do is, first of all, turn off all, turn off R. Well, actually on this one, we probably, whatever. So let's make this 20. What's the longest side? That's the longest side. Okay, we're gonna make that 20, enter. And so now we resize subtool. And now we frame. So now I know that this is 20 tall, right? But it was only 12 wide when we put the caliper in, and it was 8 tall. So these two numbers are wrong, right? We turn off R because that's our ratio lock, right? We come in
Gotcha.
here and we type in 12. We come in here and we type in 8. Resize subtool. And now that is the right measurements, right?
Nice. Yeah.
And then obviously you can eyeball it and you can tune the, the shape a little bit more if that's what you need to do, but that's the process.
Nice. Yep. That makes sense.
Okay. I always hate it when I lose my draw size. What the hell's going on here? This is only 20 mil.
What was that last step you did? You just resized it or something?
Okay, so do you know what we're doing here? I'm not being a smart ass. I'm saying you. No. Okay, so let's undo this.
Yeah, I did, but there was just that one last thing.
What the hell? Stop. No, go away. Right, so we're here. Sliders to subtool. Because I just picked my longest length, right? I decided that's where we're going to start. 20 millimeters. But this is, I'm turning off ratio, right? Because I don't want this to stay this ratio.
Okay.
Turn R off. I'm going to type in 12. Make sure to push enter. I'm going to put 8. Make sure to push enter. Resize subtool.
Okay.
Right? And like I said, you can look at the silhouettes and move these down a little or do whatever you need to do. But that's going to be, if you don't have a scan of the stone, that's easy enough. And I mean, that's pretty damn close, right? You're going to be less than a half mil off anywhere. You're going to be able to hammer that in anyway if you're doing this,
Well, if you've traced it on a copier, like you should get the general shape, right?
But that's my point, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm saying either through a copying machine or a scanner, you get your rough silhouette, you get it in from the top, and then you get it in the right direction. And let's say you know that this actually is flat all the way to it. So I would just drag this down past my point. And then I know that point right there is correct. So I'm going to go trim front, right? Because I only did it on the outside edges. And now you have a completely flat back. You look at it and you're like, oh, well, actually, this side has a little dent here. That's going to be close enough for the most part.
The amazing opals we're going to get.
You're right. Because we're going to raid Sid's store. Hey,
so does trim front always go totally flat? I haven't used that. That's another one of those just learning my brushes, but it just always does nice, totally flat.
What does? Trim
front?
Does
trim front?
Okay. Trim front does exactly that. It trims. Yeah. So this is a good reference if you're trying to get things flat for 90 degrees, right? Whenever you need a 90 degree, trim front.
Sweet.
And then I'm going to come here, trim front. I know that that's a 90 degree angle.
Right? Awesome. I did not know that. That's cool.
Yeah, trim front's a good one. I use a lot. All right. We got that.
Thank you.
Yep. So now, if you are making one of these dumb fishtail bands or French set bands, I know it's just the direction of the little cut or whatever. Where's my? I just saw it. Are you kidding me? Is this it? All right. So if you're doing a band that has a repeating pattern, right? Like a fishtail shank or a blah, 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 or, these dumb eternity band things. You could tell I'm really a big fan of these, right? So you're trying to make a ring that is a repeating pattern here. See, this is my version of those rings. So when you ask, Why can't you just saw the prong in? Try to saw the prong into that, right? There's going to be a lot easier. And honestly, I didn't measure any of these prongs. We were just trying to get this damn thing to work. So this in its own right was a thing. So this is the beautiful usage. This is one of the things that came out of the new, these are, I think these are going to be all different sizes, hopefully. Let me hope this is the right model. Are you kidding me? All right. It's always a pain in the butt. Okay, so you see that these are the same ring sizes? I think let's. All right, so first things first. We're going to make one of these eternity band, whatever the hell you call them, things, right? Now, this is one style that I did, right? And up here, these are a bunch of different styles. I just made a bunch of different styles. You can see that these prongs are weird. I wasn't worried about all this crap because I was just trying to get this to work in beta. So I don't want to hear anything about, Tomas, your prongs are weird. Right, and so that's your standard Frenchy fishtail, whatever the hell. That's schmancy.
Ooh,
That's a different style. That's pretty traditional. And then that's real traditional. And then that's real traditional, right? So what you have to do, now let's do this, sliders to subtool. No, it does not. Okay, you miserable bastard. Hold on. Where's my, oh, there it is, update size ratio. How is that 7 by 7? That's supposed to be 2 by 2. Do these work? That's weird. These are supposed to be 2 by 2. Are these before I scaled them, maybe? Yeah, oh, okay, these are before I scaled. Oh. That's supposed to, okay, well, let's see if it works. Oh my God. Here. Well, these obviously work. This was what I rendered on. Here, let's just go back to this guy. Good God. Okay, so you can see that you can make a bunch of different silhouettes, right? Everybody? Yeah. All right. Let's start this over. Within the new tools in 2021, there is the micropoly tool set, right? Let's go to geometry. We are going to go to dynamic subdivision, turn dynamic on, and see this micropoly right here. Does everyone see this? Does everyone know where we are?
Nope, I lost you. Where's your cursor?
Over here. Geometry,
Oh, okay.
dynamic subdivision, turn dynamic on, and we have this menu right here, micropoly on. This is all new. Turn live boolean off. And actually I have these over here. Except this window never stays. That's a really annoying thing. So I have to ask them why that happens. This window right here, see none. If I turn micropoly on, see this window? It's usually right here, but it disappears every time. I don't know why. So micropoly is really cool. What it does is it puts something in a square, and if you leave these open, if you leave the ends open, it welds them together. So when I take this, I know I have a ring size, right? Hold on, let's go frame. And I just try to get these as square as possible, right? I'm I'm not measuring these things. This is all eyeballing. And then I come in and I go to micropoly. I hold down control, well, turn micropoly on. Dum, 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 dum. Come on. Oh, I have to turn dynamic up. Boom. You see what it just did? So let's turn this to none. So I have this, right? I come in, I turn micropoly on. Now this is the menu of their micropolys if you tap it. So you can set up your own menus where they'll just come up, right? So you can store all these. But I'm going, because this isn't stored yet, I'm going to hold down control and tap. And now it comes into our tools. See how this is selected? I'm going to tap on that. And they come in. Now you notice I didn't do these in the right direction. So rotate Z and rotate X. We're going to rotate this until the stone's on top. Rotate Z, boom. And now they've joined together. Now, that is awesome sauce, right? Because we can now make bands in all kinds of different sizes and shapes. So why this is cool is I'm going to measure this, right? And I know that my stone is roughly, a little smaller than that. So I know that I want this many instances of the stone. I don't know what this is. So this is a 20 count. I want 20 stones going around my thing, right? And there it is. So that is scaled. I make my little thing. This is my ring rail. And this has 20 divisions in it. So how did I make this? We come and does one of these have my ring rail on it? Yeah, so here's a ring rail. That's not right. Oh, there's the mandrel. Wow, that's still not right. That's funny. Don't ask me what. Oh. Because, yeah. All right, so you measure the height, and because once again see how this is right here? So when I was doing this in beta, what I wound up with is this is half the height off the surface because this is dead center. If you bring this all the way up, it's going to orient the brush on top of your geometry. So we come here, and I just did a quick fix where I was like, okay, I just need this to be off the surface. Once again, I wasn't working with scale, and I didn't care. I was just trying to get the thing to work, which is tricky, but now it's easy. So we have our ring rail, all right? And so what I do is I took a cylinder, right? Just a standard cylinder tool, W. And I came in and go, okay, cylinder. I'm going to turn my mandrel on. I'm going to turn on transparency. I'm going to turn all these dorks off. And let's say you have 17 of these stones, right? And you're like, I want to make a ring, and I have 17 stones. Now, we're going to take this, and we are going to go, nope, that's the wrong one. Yep, where's cylinder? Cylinder, yep. And now I'm just going to drag this out to where it is, right? See how there's the tips. I'm just worried about getting that halfway between that, because that's going to be, right, we're not worried about that peak. I just split the difference because, you're dealing with a 100th of a millimeter, it doesn't matter. And so now we're in the cylinder, and we go to our little red line and see how there's 16, 15, okay, 17. So now I have 17 spaces there. And I'm going to go W, and I'm just going to make this square, as I can, right? Let's turn this off so I can see.
Can
And
you
I'm
show
gonna
me
be,
one more time where you were when you did the 17
this is just in your,
in
in
Gizmo?
your, yeah, Gizmo. Yeah, it's a cylinder.
Okay.
And so this is your selection, right?
Yeah. Okay.
3, you just
Got
slide
it.
that cone,
Yep. Got it.
17
Sweet.
to 17. Damn it. This is where I wish you could type a number in. This is one of the few things that makes me insane about these is that,
You can't
oh,
type it
there,
in.
17. No, you can't. Or I
Shit.
wish they had a tap where you could go up degree, down degree, you know.
Yeah.
But it's too much.
Hey,
So
Don't you know a
there,
guy you can ask that about?
I've discussed it. I guess it's not as easy as you think it might be. All right, so now we have that there. I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to drag this in to where it's roughly square, right? It's close enough to being square for me. Yeah, actually, it's still a little wide, isn't it? That's more square. All right, so now I know that this is what I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to Z Modeler. I'm going to come over. Oh, we can't have that. Let's turn this on. Hold down Alt, get rid of that loop. It has to be, the square has to be square. And now we're going to come here and turn on poly loop. See, it's single poly. We're going to go poly loop. And it's the direction that little orange line is going, right? You see if it's going sideways, I pull it out, it's poly looping that way. If I pull it this way, it's poly looping this way. So everyone got that?
Nice. Yeah.
Okay, so now as I've pulled this out, I'm going to hold down Control, and look, it separates that surface. And so now I'm going to drag it back just to where it taps the surface. Okay. I am going to go split the parts. Okay. And now I have this, and it is a 17 count. Everybody know how we got here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now I'm going to come over here. I am going to go dynamic. Now you see how this got weird. Everything shrank, right? Well, that's because the smooth subdivision is on. We need to make that 0. Boop. And we have our squares back. And now we turn micro poly on. Ignore their menu. And now I come in here, hold down Control, tap on this. I select my instance. And now, hold on, let's turn that off. If you, I can't, when I was doing this, I didn't, you have to make them facing up. So I obviously was on the wrong direction. I don't know. It doesn't matter. So you rotate X until you get the stone facing up. You rotate Z until they're sideways. And now you can see here, it's like, oh, well.
Sorry, can you step back where did you get your design? You went into micro poly?
Okay, we turn micro poly on. You hold down Control and you tap that.
Oh, the button, okay.
You tap the screen, right? See how there's none? If
Yeah.
you just touch it, it brings up the menu of their stuff, okay?
Mm-hmm,
They're the ones that they brought in as samples. Now,
so was that saved as an IMM or something?
nope. It's saved within a folder that's called micropolys, I think. It's just saved in a folder
Oh,
in your
okay.
thing. I can find it for you really quick if you
It's
want it.
just a subtool that you saved that you put in that folder.
Well, I didn't put it in a folder. I've been making it, right? See, so I sculpted it and I made it, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so now this is just sitting over here. And you can see I have this cube. And this cube is 2 mil by 2 mil.
Yeah.
Update size ratio. Where's update size? How come I keep losing update size ratio? There you go. See, it's 222. It
Yeah.
needs to be 2 millimeters. Okay. It doesn't have to be 2 millimeters wide, but it has to be 2 millimeters long. Does that make sense? Like you can make it 8 millimeters wide, but those open end, from open end to open end, it has to be 2 millimeters.
Like all the time, or just to have that amount of repeats?
All the time.
Oh, okay.
Because when it's thinking of a polygon, they had to assign a base scale. So he just made it 2 millimeters by 2 millimeters. Okay.
Okay.
Now, the end part isn't going to be 2 millimeters. You know, it can be 10 millimeters wide by whatever the scale works out to. But that base part has to be 2 millimeters to 2 millimeters, open edge to open edge if you want it to weld.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And so you just have that cube to know to scale it within.
Right.
Oh,
Exactly.
Okay.
So I turn this groover on, and this is how I check. It's like, okay, well, that is 2 millimeters to 2 millimeters. I know it is because I used planer and I cut it to be 2 millimeters, right? So this is my subtool of the part that I just made.
Okay.
So now I'm coming back here. This is my 17 instance model, right? Have that dragged up. We come over here. We turn micropoly on. We turn dynamic on. Once again, if you get something that looks like that, you're like, well, wait a minute, that's a lot more and they're not square, right? That's because the smooth subdivision's on. We want that to be 0. I mean, unless you want 2 versions, right? Because if you want 2 versions, then you put here, and now it's going to put one on each subdivision. Does that make sense? Does everyone get that part? So now we come in here, hold down Control and tap that square. This is the one I've been working on. Boom, and now it brings it in. I come in and I rotate, 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 rotate. There we go. So now, as you notice, this isn't round, right? So I'm like, okay, well, I suck at guessing the size of a square, and I'm just going to go W, and I'm going to stretch this out until it's round. Because remember, the whole point is instances here, right? And now you've designed a ring that has 17 things. We're going to come down here and we go apply. Oh, you bastard. I think I changed my thing there. Did we change our ring rail? Yeah. So you see it runs down the middle of the object. That's, where did I set that? Hold on. Let's undo, 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 undo. Now that should work. Oh, you bastard. How did I? There's a way to get this to sit on top. I'll try to find this for you, but we're just going to scale it up at this point. So boom. And honestly, it's the exact same thing, just scaling it, because there's a way to get that to slap onto that surface. Right? Boom. Oh, that was it. Oh, no, that. Rotate. There we go. So once again, this is not round. I'll just drag this out. often I'll have a circle, so I know that that's actually a circle. If you go to the dead top, you can rotate this around to where one of these is dead on, and you can get it to be a perfect circle. Why I'm not worried about it being a perfect square is because we're going to have to deal with this anyway. And now here, we're going to come in here, we're going to scale that up. Right. And now these shapes weren't really, these are obviously way too thick for an eternity band, but so now you know that your band fits, right? This is just huge, but I was just trying to get the thing to work when I designed these. These weren't really designed as forms. I mean, we can come back in here. You can go, okay, well, that's ridiculously large. You come into W and you can just do this. Now, I would select my stone, so the stone didn't do that. Hold on, we're gonna do that. Come here, drag this up, and then I'm going to mask this off. I'm going to make my prongs taller, right? And so now you're like, oh, well, where's my ring? We're here, right? Oh, that's unusable. All right. So this is a development process. This is before you have this completely selected. You kind of have to fuddle futz with this. And so now we come back. I'm going to hold down Control, and I'm going to hit that again. You can see now that it's much smaller. We're going to rotate X, rotate Z. Ah, now that's interesting. Okay. So that's where you do it. Right, so now I'm going to actually change the position in here. Come back here. Sorry, I was dealing with this when I was in beta, so my it's not perfect. So we're going to rotate, no, rotate. Damn it, there. Why is that not rotating around? There. Is that it? Okay, that's it. No, that's not it. There it is. Oh, no, I hit it. There. Okay, goodness gracious. And so now I'm going to take this W, just get it to where it's going to touch in there. And now, once again, come up here, make these round. And so now you can see that that's a more usable band. Does that make sense? Sorry, that was the total clusterfuck, but does everyone know how we got to this point? Are there any questions?
Yeah, so towards the end there, you kind of brought them back into shape to be more circular, the stones.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be, I see that as kind of problematic because then it's distorting the actual shape
Size of the
your
stone?
stones, right? Or
Well-
is it that much of a, it's not that much of a difference when
Well, I
this,
mean,
when you're putting
like
it through this?
normally, like if I were going to be super anal, right, I would get this, I would rotate this around where this is at 90 degrees, right? And I would use a circle reference and I would just get this to where it is a circle. Now I'm only doing it widthwise, right? And
Mhm.
so what this is doing is I want a stone in this setting and I want 17 of them to go around. So now when we come here, we can auto group again. Oh, I didn't, no, hold on. That's not gonna work because this isn't made yet. Apply. And now, here, auto group. Auto group's just the easiest way to start to deal with stuff because you just split everything out and now I can select this by part, right? We're going to turn this off so we can see it. Boop. I'm just going to tap one of these at 90. Doesn't matter really. Going to tap this guy. You have to get out of queue. Oh, so here's the difference. If you have Gizmo on and you tap a surface, you hold down Control Shift, it usually masks everything but the thing you touched. Turn Gizmo off, you tap it, and it's going to select it. So now when we go sliders to subtool, yeah, that did pretty good. 32.2 and 33.3. Good eye. So now you know that this stone, how is the stone 20? Oh, because it's sliders to subtool, it's measuring everything. This is why we have update size ratios sorted out. That is the full, every time you do sliders to subtool, it's still, even if it's hidden, it's measuring the entire subtool, everything in that subtool. But if you do update size ratios, it's only giving you the size of the stone. And that's even better. I was only 0.02 of a millimeter off from getting that to be circle. So now you know that within that design, right, if you want 17 stones, you need stones that are 2.5 millimeters. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Did that answer your question?
So how would you resize them all now if they're the wrong size?
Well, they can't be the wrong size, right? Because you have a design, right? So the stone is within the context of that design. Does that make sense?
Oh,
So,
right. It's you modeled your design around that shape, so it's not like
right.
the stone is
That
going to
is
be
the size stone we need for this design.
Yeah, right. I get it.
And now for a fishtail setting where it's just something that is where the stone comes all the way out to the edge of the setting, right? Something like this. Where are we? It's going to be the width of this is going to be real close to the size of the stone. But, if you have a 2 millimeter stone or a 10 millimeter stone, you're not going to get 17 of those around a finger, right? Does that make sense? And so what we were playing with, there's no way there, well, okay. So there's a way to randomly get it to change between different things. And I've asked them so let's say I have this, right? And then I know that I want that halfway around the stone or halfway around the thing. And then I want solid shank on the bottom. Well, right now, we're working on it where we can say, okay, I'm going to you can change the positions of them and have different things, but right now it's random, so there's no way to get it to do it well. So if you know that you want this to only go around like 3/4 of the way, I would just find one that's a silhouette of a band, find one that's a silhouette of the ring, and then just instead of doing the whole thing, hold on, let's get a frame, right? You know that you want, hold on, where am I? Okay, that's bottom. You know that you want, you want this to be plain, right? And then you want the rest to be a stone. I would just take this, pull it out, boom. So we have one, and then I would take this, pull it out. Wait, where is it? Oh, come on out, hold down control, boom. Split the parts. Well, okay, put this in a folder just so you don't get it all confused. Split the parts. You can get rid of that one because you don't need the full size. now you have the top and the bottom. And I would just loft the two different shapes. They're going to be pretty close, and then you can just merge them together. And that's a little bit of work. It's not perfect yet for jewelry, but joining those two parts is a hell of a lot easier than trying to get those instances sculpted in by hand. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
for sure. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so
By loft, like Q-mesh.
what?
What does loft mean?
No, just doing that. I mean, it's,
Oh,
is that what you're saying? I would just loft the piece out?
yeah.
In what context did I use it? I mean,
You said you made two, pulled out the two surfaces and then you said you would loft them together.
oh, well, what I mean is I would probably, because this has this out here and this has this out here, I just meant that I would probably just take this and drag this single target, just loft that part up and, just kind of join them.
Okay.
Like, that. And then I would, either you remesh by union or dynamesh them or, whatever as we were farther along in the part. Because this, you just want a round band down here, right? So, you get your round band, you just do these, you get the stones on these. And then I just meant I'd probably just go and join them together. Right. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So sorry, I was going back and forth with this quite a bit in my yabbering, but are there any questions about this?
How did you get the initial piece with the both open ends?
I sculpted it. So here, all I did, let's go to the one that had it here, right? I just took a segment, and I think I just started with a square, honestly. Started with a square that was 2 mil by 2 mil. And then I just sculpted this out, just thinking about how these were going to react. Because here, let's go to this, hold on, like this guy, right? So I'm like, okay, well, I don't want these prongs sitting right on top of one another. I want a little space between them. So let's leave that there. Let's come over here. Let's just pick one of these guys, frame. No, let's pick one of these guys. Yeah, we're saving again. Okay, so we're doing okay, right? We're only 20 minutes over. I'm not sticking to 3 hours. Don't worry, guys. I'm just trying to keep things sort of in the range of the class so y'all don't have to sort through 7 hours of crap to find the
That
things
was my
you
fault. Sorry. I took you down a rabbit hole.
need. Well, not like that's shocking. All right. So I just picked a band. Let me hide these things. And it just takes a little tuning your part, right? So we're going to come in here. And actually, I'm going to try something really quick. Let's go to you. Let's append. Let's make sure this is within the same context at least. W, frame, home. I don't know why that's so far away from home. That's weird. And let's turn on our cube. I'm just going to take this and shrink it to where it's close to the 2 mil, right? I'm going to center it and then go home. Now it's centered. I want this to have this little bit of return. And I'm just going to drag this to where it's 2 mil. Okay. And you can see, you can just barely see that edge, right? Let's turn transparency off. You can just barely see it. So that should be okay. Normally what I would do, I would drag this out just a touch, just so that's there. And then I would come in here and I would use trim. Let's get transparency on. Come in here, or slice, sorry, slice rectangle. Okay. And this is where I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to turn line off so I can see my colors. And what I know is if I grab this, hold down Control Shift, drag, and I just touch that, you can see that I kind of lift it back and off. You can see that that's a different color all the way around, right? See how it went from the purple ring to the pale blue. So I know that that's going to be there. And now I'm going to do this here. And you can see that's should be a slightly different color. Hold on, let's hide this for a second. Yeah, you can see that that is a different color. So now I know that those are in line. They're fresh cut. Hold down Control Shift, tap it. Hide part. Control Shift and tap it. And that, no, hold on. You turned on that. Come in here, hold Control Shift, tap it. Now those two parts are gone, right? I'm just going to delete hidden. And now let's try this. We got this guy. We don't want our stone to shrink, so we're going to mask it. I know these are wide, so we're going to go W. And then I'm going to shrink this up.
So when you use slice, you don't need to close holes because it's just like, it's kind of like a trim.
Yeah, I don't want to close holes.
Oh, you don't want to close holes. Okay, sorry.
No, we're intentionally not want closed holes. That's an important part. You don't want those edges to be closed if you want them to weld. And now I'm going to bring my prongs back up to size. And let's drag this down to the bottom and see if that lays it on the surface flat. I think I knew there was a way to do it. It's just been, a month or so now. Oh, sorry. Actually, it's been over a month, hasn't it, since it came out. All right, so we're going to come here. Let's turn that off. We're going to come here, frame, oh, right. We guessed our round. We're going to come down here, turn dynamic on, smooth subdivisions to 0, micro poly on, hold down Control, tap. We're going to go to this, boop. And now we are going to rotate Z, rotate X. Damn. Rotate Z, rotate X. There we go. Nope, damn it. Rotate X. Rotate X. You're killing me. There we go. Rotate Z. There. So now, that's probably just a touch wide. No, it's pretty close there. Okay, so now you have your instances. This is obviously flatter. And you have your band. You push apply. Now you can spend your time, see this little bump right here? And you'll see the little scoop on the bottom. It's because these had straight bottoms or straight edges and stuff. So you can see that there's that little scoop. I'm going to come in with radial and just fix that. The amount of time and energy it takes to get this on the right curve, the thing is that that curve is going to change relationship to itself depending on how many instances there are. So I'm not worried about this being perfect. We just saved a decade of time being able to just take our design and slap it out there and be able to now come in, take this, hide part, And we can just take one of these. Boop. And now update size ratio. Oh, this isn't perfectly 90. I'm like, that makes no sense. There's no way it's that far off. See, this isn't perfectly 90. It's at an angle. So we're getting a little size variation off that. But yeah, actually it is a little wide. It wants to be probably in there. But you can see, you now know what your stone size is. You want to rotate one of these to be perfectly 90, so you're getting a legitimate scale. Does that make sense to everyone why I'm having a problem with that number? So we're going to come here. Frame, good God. Lock. And you want to make sure that these are either decimated or very low poly models, because, you know, if this is 7 million, what's 7 million times 10, right? Now you have a 70 million model on your. Okay, actually, did I rotate that? No. So that's good. So now we're going to go to the center of the universe. No, I got a lag. Hold down Alt, go to home. That should be in the center of the world. And then I'm just going to drag one of these over here, or drag this down to here, whichever way you feel better about. And see how that's dead center of the thing there. So we know that we just need to rotate that out. And if you're a clever, smart person, you could figure out what the degree of 360 is divided by 17, and then you could actually look at the number. I'm not that clever. I'm just going to try to match this as close as I can to 90 degrees. That looks pretty close to me. And now, auto group. Turn on my poly group. Why are you lagging so bad? That is really weird. Q, tap, and now update size ratio. Wow, look at that. I got that on exactly 1.31, 1.31. I just want y'all to witness the master. Come on, that's pretty hot. Eyeballing my circles. So now you know you have a 1.3 mil stone, right? And you know, if it's 1.4, I'm sure that's going to be fine. You know what I mean? Because there's still movement in there. But that tells you the size of the stone you need. If you have X amount of instances, it builds those instances. Come on, there we go. And you know, for these little, it's only 9 million polys. Why are you lag-yagging? Something's turned on that I don't know what's turned on. It's really annoying me. It's just like, so, right? And if I were to do that, I think, what is it? What was it? 17 instances. We'll just come here. We're gonna tap that. Look at that. Really? What in the hell? Tap. Split hidden. Really? Oh my God, you're killing me. I'm gonna just lie back here and take a nap while my computer decides to work. All right. Did we? Oh. This isn't supposed to be so easy. You just touch it. Why do you think you're so It's only 10 million polys. Why do you act like this is like 150 million polys? We already applied this. It's not like this is going to, I don't know. My machine's being a crabby bitch right now. I apologize, kind and gentle folk. We're going to come back over here. I'm just going to Dynamesh this because I don't have the patience for watching it chug around. Remesh by Dynamesh. Sorry, I don't know why it's acting like this is huge. Sometimes it just gets in a weird thing where it thinks the model's like 100 times bigger than it is, and it's just like, come on. That is so weird. It really ruins the flow of things when I sit here and stare at my machine gagging on a 9 million poly model. Like sometimes it thinks that those instances aren't bound together or something. I don't know what it is, but it look, there's no reason in the world it takes. Okay, I'm gonna
So for
say
this, you have to imagine half of it. You can't like do the whole instance and then cut it in half or something. You have to really imagine the repeat while you're sculpting it.
Well, no, okay, so
When you're initially sculpting your little square.
hold on. I'm not. You mean you have to imagine what the relationship is going to be at that intersection?
You can't kind of just do two and then cut it in half. You have to really just imagine it because you're already you're good at that. You're used to imagining half the curve and half the.
Half of what? I mean, okay, so we got here, right?
Yeah.
Well, now that's weird. Why didn't it? Okay, that's funny actually, because didn't we select this one?
Cami, are you trying to convey like in your mind's eye, you have to see the whole image, the final product by just doing the part? Is that what you're getting at?
Or are you talking about this intersection right here?
Yeah, so you can't, sculpt it with the whole pattern. You have to imagine the pattern.
Well, I mean,
you did half of the curve.
Well, I mean, if you're having, well, yeah, but here, I mean, if you can't imagine things.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go. That's what it looks like.
So you can just, okay, fine. So you just duplicate it and then check it out and then change it.
See, you're looking for rules again. All I'm saying.
No, because
I mean, I know that I want a scoop here, so I put a scoop here, right? I mean, that's, I don't have any problem. I mean, do I know exactly what that's going to look like? Well, no, but who cares? Because when I come back here and I've made this part and it's all bound together, I'm going to come back. I don't even know what count this is. Hold on. Like, once I get it to here, it's simple enough. W, no, X, Q, get rid of, no, not tab, Q. Right, see, you're looking for finished things after these, right? I've done this and, right, I knew that I wanted to have a scoop in here, but, well, that's not quite what I want. So we're going to go Y, no, God. Z, R, I don't know what this is. We're going to 20 frame. Right, so obviously this is more than 20, right? So I'm going to say 30. Normally I take a note over here and tell me what my thing is. So that's probably 35. There we go. So I know what my rotation is. Well, I'm just going to come back in here and clay tubes and right? So this intersection isn't perfect, right? There's a hump there. I'm just going to come back in and smooth that out. Sculpt it in. I'm going to smooth this out. And it's only one side, right? But I'm going to come in, get it to where I wanted it. And I was like, oh, you know, I really want it, one of those in there.
Oh, that's cool. So you can manipulate one and it applies it to all of them.
What's a radial? This is after it's already been made. No, I'm
Yeah, he's
just
turned on
grabbing
radial.
radial
Yeah, he's
and I'm
got
coming in
symmetry
and
on that.
finishing my design. I'm like, oh, well, I didn't like it like that. So here, I'm going to change it to this.
Very cool.
If that scoop wasn't there, I'm just going to scoop it out a little more. And then I'm just going to go mirror and weld
That's awesome.
Z.
Yeah, you're not tied into that first little square.
Well, you're not, oops, wrong
And
direction.
is that model decimated before you
I
were?
dynameshed it. Remember, it was acting funny,
Yeah.
so I just dynameshed. That's why this model is low res, is because
So
I
if
just,
you're doing the final touch, are you gonna do the Dynamesh or whatever, just
What
to
now?
make the meshes cleaner?
Yeah, I would never do this. I would just work on the instance. Remember, it was acting weird. It was acting like it was a million poly model.
Yeah.
It was lagging really bad. There was something about the model that it didn't like. So I just pushed Dynamesh so I could work on the model quickly. So here's one, right? This is 4 million polys. I'm going to tap this, get rid of the stone, split hidden. And now, right, I'm at 4 million polys. We have all the resolution. Now I can come in here and, well, now let's go X, Z axis R, and I'm going to guess that this is 20. No, this is 17, isn't it? Right, so it's 17. And I'm going to say, oh, well, you know, there's this dumb ridge in this thing. Well, that's just because of the angle. Who cares? Come in and just get rid of it. Now you're doing it in instances, so it takes a little time. I was trying to teach, so I didn't, right? You have to sit here and futz with it and wait for the radials, because when you get radial on a 10, 15 million poly model, it takes a little bit of time to get it to work. So, you know, if I'm going to do trim dynamic here and get rid of this, it takes, is this not selected? What the hell's going on? Okay, is it? Why is this? Oh, okay, there it goes. See, this was a Dynameshed model. So I would have to come in here with Sculptris Pro to really get it to, but you can see just smoothing it.
Sure.
And then, right, we saw that there's a little hole. I'd eventually have to close holes. You know, you have to come in and futz with it because this is a decimated model, so we could get the instances.
Okay.
So you have to come back in, and if there are little lines, you have to touch it up. You can use Sculptris Pro, you can get it in. So there's touching up, right? It's like, okay, well, I don't want these seams in it, so I'm going to come in and, you know, get rid of my seams. And, you know, you're like, okay, well, that's not working. Okay, so we're going to close our holes. And that's why I just went to Dynamesh, right? Because it's just easier to show you, right? Does that make sense? This is a little, this takes a little time because instances and high polys can take time. And for some reason, my machine's lagging its butt off today. So we have our band, right? We're going to turn on dynamic subdivision, smooth 0, micro poly on, hold down control, come over here to this guy. See, that is weird because that is not that model. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, append, we're going to append this model. There we go. Sometimes, now this is, in this, sometimes when you have more than one of these in the model, I think it selects the top one. Let's actually move this up here and see if it changes it. I do remember now that you had to move things into their own polymeshes, but it might just be order. So let's try that again. Boom. Hold down Control, select that. No, I had the wrong one selected. That's the one we were looking for. Move that to the top. All right. Now, come here, Control, go to that. Yeah. So if you have multiple subtools, multiple subtools in a tool, this is going to look at the one that is first in line. And the reason that is because you can put multiple ones in here and you can like select randomize and it will go through and it'll go, okay, I want 2 of one, I want 3 of this, I want that of that. So it comes in and looks at the order of these. So if you have all of these in one thing, just remember to put the one that you want to actually work. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? There, Jesus. So Kermit, you were talking about this intersection right here, correct? Like, how do you know what this looks like?
Yeah.
It looks like that.
Okay, so it's because it's decimated. You're saying you have to go into Sculptris Pro to make any little changes. Because
how do you deal with decimated models? You can't sculpt on them, right? So Sculptris Pro is how you sculpt on a decimated model.
Okay.
Now,
and smooth.
you don't need to decimate these. You could Dynamesh them, right? And then you work that, and then you have a Dynamesh model. You just need it to be low poly because you're going to instance out at whatever it is, and you're going to multiply that to whatever those things are. Once this is done, Dynamesh this thing, reproject it, Z-remesh it, go all the way back. Like if you're going to do a lot more sculpting on it, Dynamesh it, reproject it, and then sculpt on the one that has your subdivision levels, right?
Yeah, but you're obviously not going to go all the way up to where it was because that would be like 40 million polys or something. So you just go to wherever
you can go back up to 9 or 10 million polys, and then sculpt on it in Radial, right?
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
So this is just a tool to get you to a place where you can do something quickly that would have taken you forever before, right?
It's very cool. So is this, thus far, I know it's new, is this so far the only application you found useful for
yeah, the cloth is useless. I mean, well.
No, I mean for the micropoly, is this like.
Well, no, you can make like bracelets that have grids in them. Also, here, let's go to here. Where was it?
Because I know that you, like, pardon my, ignorance. I know that you're showing all this, but what is the actual, like, general description of micropoly?
You take an instance and it goes onto each square.
Okay, so it goes on a square. So how is that, don't yell at me, but how is that different than like the nanomesh thing?
Because nanomesh does not go edge to edge and weld.
Oh.
So hold on, let's go to our little scale. Hold on, let's back out here.
It's like a better curves tool.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh,
So,
okay.
hold on, so we're gonna go back up
I
here.
feel like I vaguely remember you demoing something like this with, I don't know, was it like Nanomesh and IMM, or am I wrong? Like a long time ago.
Yeah, hold on. Let's,
So you're saying this welds on a curve. That's cool.
hold on. So
Yes.
this is taking the outside edges of the square, right? Because this works in perfect squares, okay? How it is thinking is perfect squares, okay? So if the square is not perfect, it's distorting the mesh to be the same as the rectangle. Here, hold on, let me hide this here. So I have, where are you? So I have this, see this scale, right? I created this scale pattern. And you see it's on a square. Do you see this? Can you see that pop up? Respond?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
We can.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted.
Okay. So I created this square to tile. Nanomeshes don't tile. They start in the middle and they drag out, right? They don't tile. Now, if you notice, this is open on all sides, right? It's open on the bottom and it's open on the side. So when I take this, right, you can see that my mesh, let me turn micropoly off. Let's turn this on. Right, I just try to get these, obviously these all can't be square, right? We have a transition of shape and size. So this isn't going to wind up being square. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thanks.
So I turn micropoly on. And what do we see here? You can see my square, right? Boom, 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 boom. This is the tile. So it's distorting, right? It's pinching and squaring. But, and this is an early one. I got it to be a little smoother than this, but that's okay. That's kind of interesting, right? You get a transitional butt cheek. You can sit here. What's nice about this is that you can come in here. You can take move, or move elastic's probably better here because we don't want it to distort too bad. You come in and you can tweak your mesh and you can get it to distort where you want, right? Let's say I want these actually to become really tight and small. See how there's this wave here? That's because there was a wave in my, right, there was a little high. My actual one came out nicer than this. This was the first one I did. But you can see that you can change the shape of these just by dragging your mesh around, and you're changing where it's distorting. Does that make sense? But it is tiling to the square. So it's always looking, micropoly is always looking for the entire poly surface.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, even if you only go from one side to one side, it's looking for the entire poly surface in one direction then, like on the rings, right? But now this, because it's open on both sides, this is tiling in both directions. But if you'll notice, a lot of the distortion is happening in the middle ones, not the end ones. And that's because it's changing its proportions, and it's going to try to retain some of that. And that actually might just be a small sculpt. But, you can sit here and really tune how these things are going to fit because it's attached to that polycube, right? Now, let's turn micropoly off. Let's come down here and go to nanomesh. Let's turn, where's nanomesh on? Oh, you have to go here, come here, go insert nanomesh, and drag this out. Right, you can see that it is sitting on the square. And hold on, let's go. I think that's a setting here. Single poly, all polys. Right, so even if I go fill, see how it's not going all the way outside to the edge because it's an instance sitting on the surface. Where micropoly is an instance tied to the outside parameters of that poly surface. This is tied to the center of the poly surface. And even if I got these big enough to fill the whole thing, you see what I mean? It's not distorting the form. Even if I have fill on, see, it's not distorting the form in the same way. It's not tied to the edges, it's tied to the center. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. So that's why you're able to get them to weld in that repeating.
Exactly.
pattern.
Nanomeshes don't do that.
Cool.
Isn't that lovely? Super nice. I like that square. She's so creepy. I like her. All right. So let's get rid of that. Delete all. We don't need catfish anymore. So do we understand where we're at here? Do we understand how this process works? And do we understand that this is not creating a final product? It is creating an object that you can then go through that whole process to make it a sculptable model. But this is an easy way to get it to this point. So what I would do is I would duplicate this. I would dynamesh it. I would then Z-remesh it. I would then divide it up and reproject it to this. Now I have a model that I can sculpt on. And then I would actually only worry about one side since it's radial symmetry. When I'm done with that and ready to decimate and all that crap, I would mirror and weld it and then decimate it. Bye, Tobias. So does anyone have any issues with this? Carmita, if you have questions, ask. Wow, you're all just so no talkative today. I think everyone's died, passed out and sleeping.
Nah.
I'd be
Okay.
talking more, but I had to change locations because I have to meet somebody about a design. I don't want to have to deal with this.
I have
So
to meet someone about a thing.
I gotta meet someone about a design. But luckily,
So-
this is helping me be able to do.
Right. Okay, so we're all fine with this. You feel that you could do this? Is there anyone here who doesn't feel they could do this?
It's amazing. The one question I have, and I'll probably save it for later, is a little bit about just making the individual tool and then storing it so that you can. But that's yeah. It's
So where they store, here, let me find the name of one of these things. Let's say armor plate. Okay, so let me go here. This is just the easiest way to find it. I can't remember what the name of the folder is. Armor plate ZTL, so it's saved as a ZTL. And here, let's open path. Right, so just in ZBrush 2021, it's just in those folders, Z micropoly, and you just save them as a ZTL. Come on. Now I wonder, I haven't tried this. Let's see if this works. New folder,
And you said it's 2 millimeter by 2 millimeter?
Yeah,
Okay.
bands. And now let's just take half of these and throw them in a bands folder. Let's come down here, tap micropoly. Does it give us a folder? No. Do you see? Yeah, no. So it just has to be open. It doesn't know to look for folders.
But they're still showing? Can you still see the ones that you put in that folder?
Nope.
They disappeared? Okay.
Yeah. So it's only looking in that folder.
Okay.
So how you could do it is bump, bump. You know, like let's say you're doing, oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do because we were in that selection. You know, just label them eternity bands or bands or blah blah blah, and then they'll come in order. But it all has to be in that folder without. You can't have separations, so you'd have to separate them by name, right?
Hey, Henry wants to know what the homework is there, sir.
Make a ring with a stone, and don't be cheesy.
Can you quickly show how to do a channel prep?
How do you think you do a channel?
I would use
I would take this and just
trim.
make it square, right? I mean, a channel's just, I mean, a channel's a channel, right? You just,
Yeah, channels.
I mean, you have your band. Here, hold on. Let's actually get a ring size. Tools, jewelry, ring size. So that's your ring size, right? Let's hide that. I would just duplicate. W. How deep do you want your channel? Right? Just cut it out, or you can come in. I guess it doesn't matter which one really. Where, yeah, there you are. See, and then you can polyloop. I hear crows or birds. Squeak. Oh, not insert nanomesh. We want that to be QMesh. Polyloop. For God's sakes. Right? I mean, I know that's extreme, but is that what you're asking?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And I mean, you know, if you want to pre-cut that groove, you know, you can just polyloop. Oh, you bastard. Polyloop. You know, you can throw a groove in there if you want, but does that answer that?
100%. Thank you.
Cool. So there are two ways of going about it, you know, because once again, if you want something like if you want to pre-cut like a guide for the groove, you can either put that in the Boolean part or just do it there. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and then last thing, I'm not going down, this is like not about the beads. Let's say it just was, please, not beads. Let's say it actually was just pave.
You leave
You,
it flat.
so what I was gonna ask, like, would you even do like dimples for pilot holes?
Nope.
Or
I
you would just,
wouldn't. Nope.
you wouldn't, okay, so
I
nothing,
am not going to make those decisions for a pave setter.
okay.
I'll do it. I mean, if they really wanted it, I'd do it, sure. And I would probably do it by making a cylinder, and like if they wanted it really, really square or something. But even then, there's, yeah, you know, no, I would say probably no. A way you could see now, that is where cloth sort of worked, but because it bent the grid around the form. Like if you had a complex curve or a complex surface, we tried to get it to where we raised it off. But see, just raising it off is going to do the exact same thing. And then just use nano mesh, do a cylinder, and use that cylinder to cut that little dimple. If they really want an even pattern, maybe. But yeah, I just find that anybody who's actually someone who can do pave doesn't want me to do anything, because no matter what, it's not going to be where they want it. You know what I mean? It's like, and I'm assuming that they can get the right size stone, but it might be a 10th off. And now all of a sudden you have different things to do. Now, if they want it, hold on, let's say,
You're saying it's just a little pilot hole and it probably wouldn't come out well in the casting anyway, and it's not that big.
yeah, exactly. They don't want that crap. All you're doing is screwing their surface.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They want a nice, clean, flat surface. At least everyone I've ever dealt with. That's what I want, or that's what they want.
Okay.
But I've dealt with really competent stone setters. So, you know, I don't know, someone may want you to do it, but if they want you to do it, chances are they're jackasses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like anybody who asks you to put a sprue for the casting on their thing, but they don't give you any information about what kind of casting machines they use, they're idiots, right? Don't trust that person. Now, if they say, I have this machine, I really want it bottom center, can you make sure there's a smooth place for there? Or will you make like a little step? Sure, fine. But you asked me to make sprues for you. I don't trust you for a second.
I mean,
Because
usually
you have,
if they're asking you to do things, it's like showing you their competency level. I mean, if they're really that big of an asshole, like they obviously, I mean, you kind of
Yeah.
have to decipher, are they just not wanting to do it, or do they not know how?
or yeah, well, and half the time, if they just don't want to do it, they know how to do it, but they're lazy slobs. And if they're lazy slobs, you probably don't want them to. I know I don't want them doing my work. Let's put it that way. Okay. So does anyone have any questions about what we've done up to this point? Because I'm going to show you guys something else. We're going to change topics, but I want to know, does everyone feel like they understand how to make this object right here? Does everyone understand how to make a band out of it? Or at least to the point that if you watch this video again, you'll wrap your head around it, right? But are there things that are really just like, I have no damn clue what you're doing, Tomas? What are you doing?
So do you want us to make a micropolyed ring, or just any ring with a setting for the homework?
Just make a ring with stones in it. And challenge yourself. You know, I mean, don't just make something you know how to make. Get in there and try to make something, right? And I expect some sculpting. I don't want to see just a damn setting. If I'm not training you to make Tiffany rings, for God's sake, put some damn texture on this stuff. Okay. Is everybody feeling confident about where they stand at the moment? Or let me rephrase that. Is there anyone who doesn't feel confident about where they stand at the moment? Okay. Projects. Well, they have jewelry projects. Do they have? Oh, that's so simple. Well, maybe that's the best way. Here, let's look at their project. Would you like to save the changes? No.
All right, change topic, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I'm going to try to find a different ring actually, because I need something that has some sculpting on it. This is not. Let's quick save. Is there anything here that I can just use? Because I thought I had that ring pulled out and it doesn't seem to be where I thought it was. I love it when nothing is. Last night I pulled a part out for this demo and now I can't find it. Here, we'll just do this. This will make it easy. Holy Hannah. We have a ring. It has a stone, right? Everybody down with where we stand? Here, let's actually pull this into a new subtool. Merge visible. So if you take, like, I know that I want the stone, the pearl, and the ring. Merge visible, takes both of these, slams them into a new tool, and come in here, split the parts, and now they're split, and we're in a new tool. Okay. So when we are being jewelry designers, one of the things we do, wow, the document's too small.
Thomas, what's this topic called?
Sizing. Stone sizing to ring, ring sizing to stone. New. Right? So when you're designing lines, what is the biggest pain in the butt to design? Sizing, right? Now hold on. We need a ring size here. Cool. Jewelry. Da-da. And I would say size 5. Because if you get below 5, you often have to resculpt the details just because it's so damn tiny. So size 5 to, let's say, what's a thick finger for a gal? What, 10, 11? Some input? Anyone?
Ladies?
Yeah. Size 11's pushing the top side of that, isn't it?
Cat? She would know, right? Kind of. I dang sure don't. Henry?
I don't know.
Wow, size 13.
I've never been on.
That's a big hand. I mean, like if you're making a line of jewelry, what's the top end of women's? I mean, like 11 is pushing it, I think, isn't it?
Not if you're in Wisconsin.
Okay, we're gonna go up to size 13 then. So 5 to 13. I mean, that's a big enough pool that, wow, that's no joke. All right, so we're gonna grab this. We're going to append. No, hold on. We have to turn these on to mandrels. Man, when designing a line, I mean, that's something going up to a 13. Okay, so both of these are a mandrel. I have my piece. I'm going to append the first mandrel. I'm going to append the second mandrel. All right. So this is my size gap. Come on, where is it? There we go. So that's my smallest. And what do I have this at? Yeah, that's probably an 8. I'm just going to make the pearl match this size, okay? I'm not going to go through the sizing point here. We're just going to start at our smallest size. You can either start at your smallest or biggest size. We're going to take that and we are going to just size this down to our smallest size. Boom. And I'm just going to pretend the pearl is that size. Ta-da, great. How big is that? Oh, that's 7 mil, that's fine. Okay. Well, and you can see.
Are you saying people who have smaller fingers get smaller stones and pay the same price?
In my world, yeah, I don't care. You're buying a ring. No, obviously, if it depends, a size 14 millimeter pearl that's great could cost you, $15,000, where an 8 millimeter pearl, the same quality, could be, $1,100, because they're just, especially in pearls, the size jump becomes very big when you start getting into some of the larger sizes.
So it's not just the size of the band that changes, it's also the stone sizes that change.
Okay, well, if you want your proportions to be exactly the same, I would just scale it, right? You take it like this, and now you want a size 13. You bring this in here. Let's duplicate this. And hold on, I'm just going to duplicate. This isn't what I'm trying to teach you, but duplicate. It's a legitimate question. If I am making things where I want it to be proportionate, right? Then I just take my ring, right? I combine the stone and the ring. I'm going to make my smaller one. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to go W, and I'm just going to scale this sucker. And there you go. That's what it is. It's to proportion. That's size 13. And now you have to separate that and measure that pearl and then get something in that range, right? So let's go here, split the parts. If I want the proportions to remain the same, I'm just going to scale it. And that is update size ratio. So that's a 9 point, that's still a very approachable size pearl. So we went from like a 7 to a size 9. No, these two rings are not going to cost the same if those are pearls. Does that make sense? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I get it.
Right? Because I want those proportions to remain the same. Now, let's go back to the beginning of this, and we have this guy, and we have this guy. Yeah, okay. So this is our size 5, right? Here, let me delete these because these are confusing. I want that to be deleted. And I want that to be deleted. Okay, we have our size 5. Now, I have an entire bucket load of 7 millimeter stones or 7 millimeter pearls. So I want the stone size to stay the same, but I want my ring to get bigger. Right? Does this make sense? Everyone?
Yep.
Okay. So what do? I take my ring and I duplicate it. I then come to my bigger mandrel. I'm going to turn transparency on. I'm going to come up here. I don't care about the stone. The stone's going to retain the same size. Where's my ring, my mandrel? Come up. Going to come up here. And now you may ask, well, Tomas, why would you ever do this? Well, let's say I pulled my mermaid ring out and I don't know where it went. I lost it this morning, it seems. So with the mermaid ring, the mermaids are in scale and all of that with the stone, right? And if I buy stones for that setting and I want that, right, I don't want to change my size of stones. I'm going to make 50 of these rings, right? And I'm going to make, 2 of each size between size 5 and 13. And that may not equal 50, but you get what I'm saying. So when I order a bunch of stones and they're custom cut and, I'm like, well, I'm not going to size each stone. I'm going to order 50 of that stone in that cut because just it only makes sense. So what we're going to do, we come up here, we grab this, we drag this down, and then we drag this out. I'm going to take Y. I'm going to come over here about halfway around this. I'm going to hold down Alt, and I'm just going to try to, that's not Alt. That was Control. Come here, hold Alt, and I'm going to get this one, and I'm going to kind of squeeze it in here and get it close enough to spit on. I'm going to take Move, Infinite Depth, the Infinite Depth. I'm going to come up here, go zoom in on this, and I am going to then push this to be roughly outside that point. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to hide by mandrel for a second because everybody's in the right place. I'm going to come, well, those crossed over. They weren't supposed to cross over. We're going to smooth that out a little. And I'm going to take Move. I'm going to turn Infinite off. And I'm just going to drag this out to where these are roughly connecting back to where I wanted them to be. All right, smooth it out. Is this decimated? That's going to be really annoying. Okay, no, good. Smooth it back out. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to touch this up. Now, because this has changed its relative shapes, I don't mind if I'm changing this design just a touch, just so it doesn't get out of proportion and weird. I'm going to come in and I'm going to resculpt this. Is this X and Z? Yep. Resculpt this. I'm going to... Of course, this doesn't have its subdivisions for some reason. This is why you always want models that retain their subdivisions. Right? I'm going to come back in and make the design work for this scale. Right? And I don't remember what it actually looks like. What's going on here? Okay, that's what I thought. So this is kind of straight, but we're a lot farther out now. So we can actually take this, if we really like that sort of feel, we can bring this out. Right, because this has that like little shelf, right? See that shelf feel? So I'm going to try to retain that look. I've moved this out. I'm going to come in here, and I'm obviously not going to sit here and waste time really matching the sculpt, but I just want you all to see what I mean by changing the design, because this is actually cool. So what most of your other CAD programs and stuff are going to do is they're going to take this top, right? And they're just going to stretch it out, or they're going to take the bottom and just stretch it out. Do you know what I mean by that? Does everyone kind of grasp what I'm saying there? please respond to me in some format or another. Let's put it this way. If you don't understand, please tell me in a couple seconds. Someone say, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by stretch it out.
Then why didn't you ask? That's why I need you to say that. Okay. You don't know what I mean by stretch it out. All right. So in Rhino and Matrix, right? What it's going to do, if it's going to try, so there's a thing that says, I want my stone to say the size, but I want my ring to change. What it's going to do is do something like this. It's, no, duplicate. W, Y. It is going to do something like this. Scale. And it's just going to stretch it out. Hold on, this isn't. I don't think ZBrush can even do it this way. How about, yeah, I don't think I can even do it in ZBrush. I'm just going to use Taper maybe. So it's going to try to do this. See how it's stretching here? It's not going to take into, it's not going to change this at all, right? It's just going to stretch out. Does that make sense? It's going to do it in both directions. There's not, that tool doesn't exist in ZBrush, so it's hard to do it in ZBrush, right? So it's going to go
Okay.
like this and like that.
So
But,
why don't you like that? Because the top detail looks weird?
because it distorts. It just looks cheesy as shit. It's a horrible look.
Okay.
You know, it just looks like garbage because it's not taking into consideration the design. It's just
Okay. It's just stretching it out.
Where here, I'm going to, Jesus, delete. And then I want that to delete. Because I technically did that, right? I stretched this out. But now that I'm up here, I'm actually going to sculpt this out. I'm going to take the time and change the design at the largest size. Because remember, we were discussing this. I said if you go below 4, often you have to resculpt the piece because now your proportions have changed so much that it makes no sense, right? Does that make sense? Do you understand that?
Yes,
okay.
That part makes sense.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're going all the way up to 13, and I'm trying to retain my feeling of that, right? So I'm actually going to bring this out here.
But you're still doing this for all the sizes, just a little, but you're mostly doing it on the
No, stop.
sizes.
No,
Oh.
no. I'm going from my smallest size and I'm jumping all the way to my biggest size. And if you were doing it the other, let's say you didn't want, let's say the stone is 15 mil and you want it to be the same size stone all the way down to 4, then chances are you're starting at your biggest size. But whatever, you have to start at one side or the other. Okay. And you're only, the one size is what you sculpted the first time, right? And now we're going to change our design to be relevant to the scale. And this is something that drives me nuts. I actually find it annoying when rings just stretch, you know, because honestly, especially if you have a stone setting and it's not just this oval, right? You know, you have the spread, you have all the stuff that's happening. And if you just stretch it, it's not, it gets weird. You know what I mean? It like, let's say you're starting at a 4 millimeter base and then all of a sudden it's going up to a different thing. And we'll show you that in the other system. It becomes a little clearer going with the other thing I'm going to show you. So, all right, so we've done this and we're like, okay, so this has the same feel, right? It has this nice silhouette where these are out here and this is a shape. I don't even remember what it actually looks like. Okay, so that's a shape that scoops in. And that's that. Right? And as we get bigger, you know, sometimes you may want to put that there just so it doesn't look like, you know, all of a sudden things that were small flat areas now want a little bit more design in them because it's a much bigger flat area. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Carmit?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, that's not the same thing as it makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's better when you ask if someone doesn't understand something.
I understand that, but I asked if someone doesn't understand anything and then we're halfway through it. Then you go, but I don't understand that. So I'm trying to get you to either way agree.
Yeah. Yes.
Because you're really good at waiting until we're like well past where we could have described it to you. And then you're like, nope, didn't get it. Okay. So we've changed the design because it's bigger, right? I don't want, you know, I just want it to have, this is the original, right? And now I want, obviously, I would replicate this sort of weave. I didn't do that because I'm not paying enough attention, right? So that actually comes like that. And then this is a weave. But if that were all just jammed up, this is just this big band sticking out of the side of it. And that's ugly. Well, at least I find it ugly. Because if I'm doing these weaves, I want them to show up. So now, there we go. I know that pearl is going to fit because I haven't changed that. Everybody understand where we're at.
Yep.
We have our smallest part, we have our biggest part. Now everyone's going to have to be patient with me because I always do this backwards. So now we're going to come right here and we are going to come down to layers. Okay. Now we have our smallest here. I'm going to turn on my big one. And now we're going to come down here and I am going to go, see that square? That's record. Boop. We're now recording. See how it says record right there? Going to come in here. I'm going to go W, drag this up. Going to drag this down. Going to drag that out. Going to take move and I'm going to stuff all this crap back in here. I'm going to stuff all this crap back in here. And I'm going to kind of pull this crap out here and I'm going to stuff that crap back in there and pinch that back to where it was supposed to be and push back in and kind of get everybody sort of where it is. I'm going to grab clay and kind of get that back into there. Does anybody guess where we're heading with this? And now we're going to go that. Now I'm going to project. Because it has to happen, this change has to happen on the same subtool, right? Because it's got to calculate the change between the first one and the second one. So we do everything on the separate tool so we can just project it out to it. And we come in here. Oh, ba-dum. Okay. And now we come back up here. We turn that off for a second. We now smooth this out. See, there is something going on. There's no reason in the world this is lagging that way. It's really frustrating. All right, so this should be smoothing much more efficiently, but it's not. Now, the thing is on this, you cannot change subtools, right? Like I can't drop this down and smooth at a lower subtool. That freaks it out. It's got to be the same geometry throughout the process, or it gets
You mean
weird.
subdivision?
Okay, two of you spoke at the same time. One more time.
You just said there you can't change subtool. Did you mean subdivision?
Oh yeah. Sorry. You can't chase subdivisions. So, you know, you do your thing, you get this stuff knocked down, you get the other stuff brought up. You bastard. Okay, I'm not going to get this perfect. I'm not going to waste the time. It's just being laggy and I don't know why, and I don't really have the patience. And honestly, for what I'm showing you, you don't need it. So you do your little transitions, right? You get everybody close to where it should be. Okay. And now project it again. I must have something else running or something. It's really annoying that it's lagging this hard. You can see my frustration levels are building. I must have something running in the background because there's no reason this is dragging ass on a 3 million poly model. I wonder if my C drive's getting full. Oh my God, you pokey bastard, come on. Oh, I guess those didn't need to be filled that much. Okay. I'm like, why isn't this filling up? Because it doesn't need to. All right, we're just gonna say that we really like these lumps on the bigger design. I'm not gonna go through all this crap just to get this down. But you need to take those extra steps and make sure that this fits, for God's sake. You should notice I am sitting here doing this after I just said I wasn't going to do it because, well, all right. So now, one more time. And this could take a little bit of time if you have a really complex design or if you have a laggy ass machine that's doing weird crap like mine is. Now, if you notice, I am going back over these and I'm smoothing these surfaces before the remeshes. Or I'm just putting a little bit of clay on it where they don't match perfectly. You get cleaner remeshes if it's not trying to remesh something that is coplanar. Right? Does that make sense?
Not particularly. Are you saying you should take your model off of being perfectly matched up to the projection and the subtool?
If you're going to remesh it, right? If you're going to reproject, right? I know I'm reprojecting this. So ZBrush is a little weird about coplanar surfaces. It doesn't like coplanar surfaces. So if you can see I'm just really lightly stroking this so that gray is gone. I know that's within the projection range, right? But it's now not perfectly in line. So now it's not, because remember how I told you it's looking for that negative normal? Well, if it's already sitting on the negative normal, sometimes it doesn't understand that it's sitting on the negative normal, so it's going to look for the other negative normal, and you wind up with a lot of weird distortions. So I just find just smoothing it off, or just real quick coming over and laying a little bit of extra meat on it. Now it knows that it's not on the same, it's not coplanar yet. So it's not going to look for a different plane because it's already sitting on the thing it's looking for. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if you have a 1-inch circle and you're standing on top of it and you're looking for a 1-inch circle, it's much easier if you step to the left or right, and now you can see the circle. Was that a?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good explanation. It makes me think whoever programmed that did a poor job, but yeah.
Well, no. It doesn't always do it. It's just every once in a while. And it always does it where you don't want it to happen because it's looking, right? It's looking at that projection distance. And that's why I like history a little better than the project, because the history doesn't do it in quite the same way. It's looking for a predefined shape, I guess. So I find that they come out a little cleaner. But I'm not going to sit here and go through history of this and that. That's something I'll do. I mean, the difference isn't that big a deal, and I don't want to add one more thing when I'm just introducing this to you. I don't want this to be about the projection. I want this to be about what we're doing, if that makes any sense. Like we can debate the difference between project history and project all.
No, it's not.
But this isn't the time to do it. Just project alls. Easier, it's one button, done.
Yep.
Okay, so this is taking an eternity. Boop. And you see what I mean? Now it just goes right back in. So now we have our model went from size 5 and it is now a size 13 ring, right? Everybody down with that? We understand where we're at? So now I'm going to come back down here to layer and I'm going to turn this off because this is my size 13. Right? And if I want to come in here and like draw little hash marks, this is the time you do it, and you do it on this model. Right? Clean it up.
Following.
Okay. We're happy. I don't know what the hell's going on down here, but there we go. All right. We have our size 13 ring. We're happy with it. We push stop. Now you have, see this little eyeball? Turn it off. That's the first size. Turn it on. See, we have 2 different sizes here. So I'm going to turn off my eyeball. I'm going to turn on timeline.
Doc, what did you just say?
Where? When talk? What?
You just said you press stock?
Stop.
Oh,
I just press the record button and it stops recording.
Oh, okay.
Right? Okay. So now we're going to go to movie, I think. Where? Yeah, movie. And we are going to turn on timeline. And we're going to show timeline. Come on. You bastard. Movie. And we turn on, where the hell is it? Oh, show. Boop. All right. So now we're right here. We have our eyeball turned off. Now I'm going to do this, and this is probably going to be the other direction. I always get this backwards. I always do them in the wrong direction. That's turned off. Our eyeball's turned off. We are here. And now we make a point, right? You touch the timeline and it makes these points. So you see I have a timeline here. We're going to go down here. See how we have a little dot there? And now I am going to go, so I'm going to leave, I'm just going to count big ticks because I want half sizes as well. So this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So here's our 13 here, right? So we have this on. So now I'm going to, I touch that. That has a time spot. I'm going to turn my eyeball on. Now that's 13. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And now, as I slide this, it changes shapes. Now it's not supposed to just jump, it's supposed to scale. And that's what I'm seeing. Sometimes I get this backwards. Oh, that's, hold on, that's the wrong thing. You grab the timeline bar, not your history, and you slide it and see how it's scaling. And you see how in the middle here, it's halfway between those two lines. So these points are relative to one another as we go. Watch the design morph, right? And what's nice about this is I can then go, oh no, I have to do it in the slider down here, but so side 13. So those are my 2 points. And then all you do is come in here and then you save as or duplicate, and then you change your size to the half point, duplicate, slide it down, and then you just save them all in the half size. So you spend your time, you sculpt the big one, you spend your time, you sculpt the little one, and it'll do all the sizes in between. And it is slowly transitioning your design. So it's not stretching it. My design is actually growing.
Okay,
Incrementally.
so if you know that you have to make all the sizes for a line, would you just do the biggest size first? Or does it not matter which one you design in as like your model, your first one that you're actually just sculpting out?
I don't, yeah. I mean, I will size it down to, I mean, if you know, excuse me. If you know that you're going to be doing this, yeah, I would start with either my biggest or my smallest, right? And I tend to start with my smallest because now you know that you're going to be able to carry that much detail. So when you get bigger, the thing that you might have to do is add more detail. Where if you start at the big one and you go small, now you have to subtract detail and make it bigger. Does that make sense? Like if you go from big to small, you might wind up with detail that's too small to work with.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So start with the small, work up, and get there. Now, normally,
is the method that keeps the stone the same size or no?
Yes, the stone is the same size here, right? This is a small one. Let's turn that on. And now we're going to, I'm just going to turn the big one on, right? Because it's the same thing. And now we'll turn this on, duplicate, W, and now the stone's the same size, right? Does that make sense?
This is super awesome.
And see, I actually like sculpting the big one and sculpting the small one because it allows you to actually have the design transition. And I find that much more compelling. And it's going to show it, it's going to rear its ugly little head here in a second. So now we're going to take this size 5, right? Let's hide this guy. And I know that I have a size 7 pearl. Okay, size 5. I'm gonna drag you down here. So I'm gonna drag you down here. Get the hell out of my way. All right, so we have a size 5 and we have a 7mm pearl, right? So now I know that I have a range of size, well, we're just going to go up. So I have a size 5 or a 7mm pearl, and I want to go offer a 7mm pearl, 8mm pearl, 9mm, you know, and I calibrate my stone up. Because in stones, this makes sense. People don't usually do this with pearls, but gemstones they do, right? You have a bridal ring and people want, well, I want a 3-carat stone. So going from a 1-carat stone to a 3-carat stone, this is something that in stones makes more sense than pearls. It's just, I lost my ring, sorry. So we start here and we're going to take this guy and we're going to turn this into a 12mm pearl, 7, sliders to subtool, 7. Make sure ratio can be turned on. Just make sure all is turned off. We're going to make this 14. Resize subtool. Okay, that might be a little silly. Let's go to size 12. Resize subtool. Okay. I have seen rings that are that silly. So now, what do? We take our ring, we duplicate it, we then hide it, we hide our, we wait for it to save. And I'll tell you what, I don't know crap about timeline. This took me forever to figure out. If you had any idea how long it took me to make this work, you'd laugh, but it's a thing.
It was certainly never made for that purpose.
No, this is not what this was designed to do. And
I feel like you used to do it differently. Did you used to do like a morph or something? Like I feel like you've demoed like some really complicated old way. Or have you
I
always?
think that was me trying to figure this out.
Oh.
Maybe. So now I'm going to drag this down here. So this is now going to be the ring that has the big stone. So I'm going to hide this. So we're going to bring this stone down, right? Because we want that to be as close to that finger rail as we can get it, right? And so now we're going to do this. We're going to come back to this guy. And we are going to, let's go move. And we are going to go infinite depth Z. And I'm going to mask this off because I don't want it to change. Well, usually about halfway is where you want it to stop. You don't want it to change dramatically after that. And I'm going to save my ring rail here. Well, we can change that. We just want this to be the same size. Does that make sense? I don't want the ring to change size, and I don't want it to change more than halfway down the band, because that's just wearability. So now we're going to come here. I'm going to turn transparency on so I can see it. I'm going to grab move. I'm going to get a fairly big brush because this is going to have to change pretty dramatically, right? And then let's go Y. Where'd you go? Infinite X, no, X. And now I'm gonna bring that up. This brush is a little too big. I stretched that pretty dramatically. Now I'm gonna come in here and just tune my shape up a little. I move that up more than I want it to. See, the nice thing about infinite X is I can come here and it's moving it on the X axis. So I can change that. Like I can look here and see what it's doing on this side. And I can just tippy tap it on that. Let's just punch that up a little. And this is actually, let's see. I don't want to get too far off from where the original design is. Obviously, you would spend more time and energy matching your design, but I don't want to spend that much time and energy right now. Boop. Oop, let's go to Z. And so now, obviously, I'm going to need to change the design of this. I don't need all of that going all the way up, right? I just need something going above half. Now, of course, you can always drill this, and these don't actually have to close on it, but now we're just going to go turn infinite off. Just get this sort of where it needs to be, get this kind of where it needs to be. Kind of retain these forms. Let's pull that out just a touch more. All right, that's close to the shape, but obviously you need to work on this shape some. Right, that can come out more, which in turn this could come out more. So it still has that scoop feel, right? Dun, 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 dun. And don't laugh, I've seen pearl rings this big on little tiny fingers.
So are there dramatic weight differences? I mean, I guess the
Well,
store
yeah,
is pricing
but there's
that.
a dramatic weight difference between any size 5 and size 13 ring.
Yeah, I don't understand how they make them cost the same. Like someone buying an extra large pays the same as someone buying an extra small.
Well, what they do is they price it to where it's just above medium price. Like, let's say the small one costs you $20 to make. The large one costs you $100 to make. You charge them at, well, first of all, how many people buy the small one and how many people buy a size 13? I mean, you know on average what you're selling, right? So what you do is you pick the highest price of the normal size, normal sales, or a little above that, right? And now you're making a lot more money on the smaller sizes, but it's all the same price. And you lose a little money on the bigger ones, but, and I mean, you're not losing money, you're losing profit, right? So you just balance your margins out. So you,
and then you have to factor in like the fluctuating price of gold or other metals, and that makes it even more.
Not really. I mean, what you do is you assign your price. I mean, because you got to think, most people are doing, I mean, like most people are doing 4 to 6 times markups, right? And so, I mean, I know a company that does 9-time markup. And so if it fluctuates a little, who cares? You're well within your profit margins, right? Even with a little fluctuation. You might make $200 one day and you might make $198 the next day. Now, if the market blows up, right, where now all of a sudden, you know, silver was $10 and now it's $200, well, you just reprice your stuff and say, hey, sorry, you know. But if you've already made them and you're an ethical person, you leave it until you change your price when you start manufacturing. Like if you have inventory, right? Even if gold goes up, you paid
right,
20, so you don't have to change the prices. But if that stays at 1,000, now you just rechange the prices. If people bitch, you go look at the market. You know, I mean, I'm not here, you know, there is nowhere on my website does it say I guarantee this price to last forever.
So you sort of have to like build in the fluctuating price of gold. You have to kind of like mark it up high enough where you're accounting for those changes.
I don't know anyone who, well, I mean, okay, if you're doing tens of thousands, sure.
I mean, no, obviously I'm not, but I'm just wondering how they
Well, let
price
me put it this way. I know a company that makes many hundreds of pieces of each piece, right? And
the guy selling your skull ring.
then that's a different issue altogether. No. But you pick a price, right? And then if it costs you more to make it, then you do. You got to remember, most people aren't buying the metal for each piece every time they make the ring, right? You buy a bunch of metal and, there it is. And now you work off that.
Like for samples, I was thinking, would it be feasible for samples if you just did like gold plated as like sample?
Well, of course. Okay, I'm just going to tell you, most samples, no one's getting. I mean, unless you have real budget, unless that's something that you're really selling, there's no one who samples in gold. I mean,
yeah. And then what if you lose
it's just too damn expensive.
Yeah, like what if you're toting it around and you actually like someone steals it or you lose one and then it's just gold plated?
Well, have you ever heard of brass and glass?
No.
So a lot of stores do brass and glass, and what that is you have it cast in brass and you have fake diamonds. So you're not carrying $500 million in inventory.
Yeah, okay.
You just make fake demo rings, and then someone runs off with it. You're like, all right, whatever. And you have a couple rings in your store that are real, so someone can actually touch it, see the weight, But now, I mean, that's just way too much inventory to carry. So if you're carrying inventory, then,
So let me interject some stuff. So like it depends. So like if you have a company like David Yurman, their standard markup is 10 times. But they're doing based on cost of their goods and then the volume. So their cost of goods and the volume they're doing is reduced in their manufacturing, so they can charge a higher markup. So depending on what volume of say, so a company like William Henry, their markup is typically 5 to 6 times based on cost of goods, what the market will bear, and the volume of parts they're doing. So if you're a single person building a collection, you have to look at your cost of goods. Now that, because you're a single shop, that translates across the board to all of your expenses. And you figure out ratio of what your markup has to be. So it's a little more complicated, but there are formulas for doing that. I could probably pull some up and post some on the forum, but it's never as simple as, just make your piece it shouldn't be guesswork. And most companies will, any larger company will have an adjustment built into their pricing to adjust for the cost of metals, but all the other fixed costs remain the same, and price variations will be based off of those adjustments. If the gold,
but a lot of times you're not doing that adjustment until you're redoing parts. It's not like you're shuffling it every time the market shifts.
No,
you're shuffling it every time you buy metal.
What they will do is, like most companies will, if there's a big market shift, they'll do, it might take them a month or 2 months, but they will make a price adjustment. Some companies, if you're like Stuller or Rio, your price adjustments are done every day.
Sure. But they're not really selling parts, they're selling those materials.
Well, no, I mean, that's on any parts. It's on everything. Anything
on their findings and stuff? They change the price of their findings daily on spot market?
Oh, yeah.
Holy Hannah.
On Stuller, everything changes. If it's made of gold, it changes based on spot per day.
And that's why he has a $300 billion home that's not on Google Maps.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting that, but for people just starting off, you have to look at what factors affect your costs, and then look at what the market will bear and combine that. And come up with your pricing. And it's actually fairly simple when you're just making your own stuff, because figuring out your cost of goods and your time and your labor, what do you want to get paid for your labor? If you're doing all the work, years ago, I used to just do a standard labor billing at $150 an hour, and now I would not be that cheap.
Yeah, no way in hell. Those days are gone. So once again, we go back, we turn record on, and now we mask this off. You can see we start there. Oops. What just happened there? What happened there? Did I just turn that off? Is that one? Okay, that was super weird. Okay, no, that's the right one. Chris, hold on. No, we went back. Okay, so this is the big one. This. No, all right, well, here. I duplicated the wrong one, I think. Okay, duplicate. And now we're going to take this one back before I sculpted that. Come on. Right, is this the... Yeah, let's come back here. There we go. Duplicate it before you start sculpting on it. I duplicated the wrong one. Okay, so we'll hide our pearl. We have a ring. We're going to mask this off. Ooh, cancel. No, that's right. All right, good. Okay. Because that's this one. All right. So now move. I'm just going to do this with big moves. Burp, burp, burp. And see, as you stretch this out like this, remember that you can really see it right here, right? This is all distorted. That's one thing. So because that's masked, so it's just going to stop there and it's going to drag away. So really that's one poly from there to there. So just make sure to drag these, whenever you see that edge, just make sure to drag it back or smooth it and see how it'll come back. Because you don't want that big of a distortion there at that intersection. And now let's see, we could probably pull that out some, just kind of get it close to where we want it. And now, just trying to get it roughly in the same place. You can see here, this is all stretchy. And now we're going to take you and pull you out. Pull that back in. And like I said, even if you did have subdivision levels, you can't lower your subdivision level smooth and then come back up. It does not like that. And we're going to, oh, I'm like, why is this being so wonky? Because I do not have move Z infinite depth. That makes this, oh, here, let's turn this off. That helps too. My brush is a little big, that's why it's catching that. You can mask that off. Oops. Obviously, I would take more care, but I don't want this to be a 7-hour class because I'm sitting here fuddling with stuff. This is a place that I use clay buildup because it builds up, where I avoid it everywhere else when I'm trying to match surfaces. It works better. Well, it works more aggressive, let's put it that way. But it also is far lumpier. But that's okay, because we're being fast. Mm-hmm. All right, everybody's kind of close. Project all. Anybody have any questions while we're sitting here with our thumbs up or butt waiting for the machine to do something? Wow, you guys are quiet today. Usually you're so chatty. I'm really not a patient person. Isn't that shocking? I find it shocking.
You don't say.
All right, so now come in, smooth this crap out. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Knock all this crap back and in. Knock this crap back and in. Knock those edges off because they're acting weird. You want to avoid those little folds. They come back and become a real pain in the butt because they project in different directions. It's just like, oh, you bastard. All right, but I think we might be able to get this one in 2. See, like these little seams right here, because they're looking in different directions, often they will project in the wrong direction. It's very annoying, but it happens.
So are you just projecting the smaller one to the bigger one now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get me nervous when you ask questions like that. It's like,
Just need to like, yeah, okay. I got it.
like,
And this is
Kirby
the one where
hasn't
you
been paying
made,
attention for the last 45 minutes, I see.
well, this is the one where you made the stone bigger, but you kept the band the same, right?
Right.
Okay.
See, that's why I don't like when things take this long, because you
Kind of
guys
lost.
start to take naps and you
I know.
I know Carmeet's just like in a coma in the back. She's like, what the hell? What's going on, man?
Oh my God.
I'm ready to go surfing.
No, it's the weekend. I won't go down to the beach on the weekend. It's a nightmare.
All I know is I'm stoked. Our air quality index is 11. We had big rain last night. Got most of the garbage out of the
You
air.
won't be like coughing up blood anymore.
No, I'm still coughing up blood, actually. Sadly, you know, when you get a burn, just because the day turns doesn't mean the burn goes away. Dum, 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 dum.
So if they want like a bigger stone and a bigger size ring, then that's just like you have to do double. You have to do both of those things.
I would just scale the whole ring. Right? That was the first thing we did. Remember that? You asked that question and we kind of
Oh,
just
the
scaled the
very,
ring.
that was the very, very first thing.
Oh
Okay.
my God, woman. You're
You just
killing
scale.
me.
Well, it's on a video, so I could just go back.
Yeah, no. You just scale it. You don't need a video, you push scale. Okay, so
Yeah, I get
now
that.
we have this. Right? We have our bigger size. We come back down, 2-layer. Oh, shit.
Isaac.
I don't think we didn't push record somehow along those lines. Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can get away with doing this. I don't know that we can. We might be able to. I'm not sure. All right, push record. Will it let us do this? Record. No, see, it doesn't let me just jump to the end. Fuck. Okay. Well, you had to push record in there.
Aren't you on a
And then,
different subtool now since you switched back to the first layer? Because all your history is just.
I know
like
when
some
I
of it is
pushed record, it wiped my history out.
Hmm.
So I'm not going to do it again. I guess we can. So this is important to learn. Push record. I must have undone it at some point, or when I went back a few things. Push record. That's some BS right there. Move infinite depth Z. Move infinite depth X. Turn infinite moves off. X, Y, Z, push this around, get it to where it's sort of where you want it to be. Make sure everything's within your little range. Clay buildup because I don't care as much. Yeah, it's recording still. No, the last time I pushed record, but I undid something, so I must have undid it back to the point where the record turned off. Like if I undid a few things, we could easily get back to that point where the record turned off. So, important lesson, don't do dumb crap like that. Get everything kind of roughly in place. I'm actually gonna push my project distance up because I'm gonna be lazy. Oh man, it's frustrating. And what's funny is when I was trying to do this, yeah, remember that. I was trying to change subtools and get it to work where I could smooth it and subtool it, but then I didn't notice that it turned record off, and then I went back and then I pushed record and I got rid of everything that I had just done. Okay. See, when we start to do project at bigger distances, you get a lot more. See this noise right here? That's where it's projecting to all kinds of different surfaces. And you're like, well, you know, that's an easy fix. Well, as you can see, it really isn't, especially when you can't go down. See how they're crossing over each other a lot? If you're not paying attention, this can happen like somewhere where you don't know it. And now all of a sudden you have a garbage mesh. Okay. But I'm being very impatient and I just want to get this done because I porked the pooch on that.
You're saying when you hit record, it gets rid of your undo history?
Yes, you can't, no, yes, it gets rid of your history. So, right, I went back and tried to, because I just wanted to push it and make it, you know, I was just going to go one thing and then the other. It has to record all of the steps. You can't just do it and then kind of think you're going to push it up on that undo history.
Tomas, in that little spot, there's that little crook and you get that little fold, you know, that little where the clay's like creased on itself. Trying
Right.
to, yeah, like, yeah, right. What's the best way there and below it? Yeah, that right there. What's the best way to deal with that? Because I have a spot like that right now in a model I'm working on, and it just, you smooth it, you do this, you do that. It never seems to really go away. Does that
Well,
make sense?
it's because it's a pinch in the, this is because these projected, look, if you look here, these are because these projected over one another. Most of the time what that is that you have a sharp corner here, right? And then it just, you just get like geometry trends, I get. God, don't tell me to stop record. Okay, good. So it lower your res, smooth it out. And then I find that clay fill, like after you come in and you keep going down and up and down and up, clay fill will work sometimes.
Yeah.
And
I found
clay
angled
can work.
because then it would fill in better from different angles.
Yep, because it's just that the geometry wants to go in that direction because of how the geometry layout is.
Yeah.
If it's a big problem, how you deal with it is you remesh it,
Okay.
I mean, that's, but that's only if it's a real problem.
Okay.
Because normally you can at least fool it, you can get it in there and with clay tubes or just plain clay. Clay fills pretty well. So like, let's say that's a sharp pinch, just come back in and go along it with clay fill and see how it'll try to fill it up.
Yeah.
So that's one way.
Gotcha.
That's the way that I'd normally try. Now I'm going to, oops.
Couldn't you have just duplicated it before so that you wouldn't lose?
No.
Okay.
That's what I just said you can't do.
No.
No, it has to record each step.
So you basically just have to remember to hit record then.
Yeah. I mean, that's like, yeah. There's, it's like you just have to remember not to run red lights in front of cops. It's part of the process. It's just, and I had press record. It was just that I didn't have, I undid past the point of no record.
I see.
Hey, Tomas,
Yes.
Cynthia, I've got to take off, but I'm hoping that you might have some time tomorrow on Sunday to help me.
Yes, I will.
Okay, so we can do that over messaging.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm sorry I've got to go. It's just that's the day
no
it is.
problem. We're 2 hours past the length of the class, so it's fine.
Okay, thanks a whole lot.
Of course.
Right, bye.
Bye.
All right.
I saw my phone.
Yeah, what she said.
I always try to hit the mute when she gets into the scene. She comes running in like a little sprite.
It's okay. At least there's some noise. There's some
Hey,
entertainment.
he used to catch me eating or my kid talking too. He'd be like, who's eating potato chips? I'm like, oh, crap.
Just blame the kid.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's all fine and dandy. It's like here, except I haven't eaten in 14 hours and he's back there. This is the greatest. All right, so now we have our big one done. Come down here, stop, record. See how you have your eyeball on and eyeball off. Turn your eyeball off. Make a punch on your, that's the first step of your thing. What did we go from 7 to 12? Is that what it was? So now we're going to go 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, what the hell is that? And now we get bastage. Why are you getting bigger? What are you doing? That's not even in this. Oh my God. See, that's not even. Did I grab the wrong one? Okay, so hold on. Let's come back here. Let's turn our eyeball on. See, this is what I mean. When I grabbed this one and started sliding it, well, no, that's it. But that's not it. What in the hell? It works the exact same way as the other one. Somehow or another, I'm touching something that is. See, now it locked itself and it deleted the undo history when I touched something. I think I touched, instead of coming up here, I selected this subtool and that ended it at that phase, right? I turned the eyeball off and then I touched that subtool and it erased it. This is what I'm saying. You have to be really careful when you do this. If you touch the wrong direction, or if you touch the wrong thing, that's why keep these things clean in a different subtool. I think you get what I'm saying. I'm not going to redo it again. Not happening. We're already hours over. I'm done. You all can fight with it. It's the exact same thing. You just have to push the eyeball, go to one phase, slide it over, push the eyeball, go to the second phase, and then they'll slide between. But I keep touching something wrong, and I'm just way too annoyed to deal with it.
Got it. Yeah, it's just like resizing the ring.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. It's the exact same process. You're just sculpting it differently, right? What you're sculpting is changing. The process isn't changing. That's so damn annoying.
Same thing, but you're just grabbing like the top half, the top 40% of the ring or 30% of the ring. You're just changing that.
Right, just like we changed the bottom.
Yeah, you're just changing
it's
the
just,
top.
I'm touching something when I'm doing this, and it's the second time I've done it, and
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm pissed.
Can like the only thing you do is, can you just do side view of the ring? Can you just mask off like the part that you would change?
That's what I did.
No, just like show on a mask, like.
Well, you change whatever you want to change. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're asking.
Never mind. Just
no, ask it. If you haven't.
Just hit like side view of the ring and just show me where you would not have to change if you were just changing the top. Like the top third is the only part.
See, here you go again. That's a rule. There is no rule, right? If you notice.
You're not.
No,
you don't
there isn't.
The band. You don't want to change the size of the band.
Well, right. So what does that mean? What does that mean to you? So the only thing you don't want to change is this, right? You have to have that masked off because you don't want the ring size to change. Now, I tend to not want anything above a half, right? Because I like a silhouette that is, you know, if this gets bigger, I want that silhouette to change from half point, right? Because that way it doesn't change how it wears.
Yeah,
right? Because if your finger's right here, you know, I don't want it bowing out in here. I want to usually start at about half and go up.
Okay, so you just
mask. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, totally. So you just mask the inside, and then wherever you want to start the change for the top.
But if you'll notice, I actually did change the side all the way down because this came up. Where's the other one? No, well, it didn't save any of that sculpting because, oh, there it is. Right, you see, I put that stripe all the way down because It got a little thicker right there, but I just like the silhouette of that form a little
Okay.
better.
But
Because
as
the
a,
other one, after the stretch, this was up here, and
yeah,
that looked dumb. So I just changed it to go all the way down.
for the flow, but you definitely have to make sure to mask off the whole inside part.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because you don't want the ring size to change. Ah, that's so damn frustrating. All right, so are there any questions about stone setting? I mean, okay, and so that wasn't supposed to take 11 hours. And the other thing you can do, you can just use the stone as a Boolean. It'll cut out the little scoop, right? And then you can flush set that. Just give it a little ridge. And then they'll take the burr, set it in, and you can flush set. But for flush setting, once again, chances are your stone setter doesn't want you to do that. Right? Like if they're flush setting, often I'll just do this just so they have an idea where those flush sets are. But even then, usually that just pisses off your stone setter. No, someone's doing dishes, I think.
Sorry about that. I think that was in my world. I'm not doing the dishes, but somebody was.
Yeah, I thought I heard dishes. Okay, so are there any questions about what we've gone through? Are there any stone setting that people don't think they've wrapped their head around? How do you stone set? Use your phone.
I was about to say, I admit, I had to duck out for just a few. When I'm rewatching this, I can shoot you a message if there's something really.
Well, just think the last 40 minutes have been an absolute fuck up and didn't work. So just look at the one before that.
So I pretty much ducked out at the perfect time. Awesome.
You walked out at the perfect time because I keep touching something and wiping out my history, and it's really pissing me off. And it's just because I'm frustrated and annoyed and haven't eaten. And now
well, apparently we need the address so that we can have pizza delivered to you on those days when you don't eat and you're still going.
That's very important. I will gladly give you the address to here. But you got to pre-plan.
I'm going to make that happen one day.
I will gladly give you the address for pizza delivery.
Okay, text me the address, and then it's just going to be like a surprise pizza delivery.
Yeah, I like it.
So much.
The poor bastard will probably stand outside being like, hey.
Ingredients as well.
Let's see what's in the area.
He'll be like, holy crap.
When it happens, he's going to be like,
showed up at the door.
I like it. Actually, if a Thai food restaurant delivered, I'd definitely give you their number.
oh, man, now you're talking.
Hey, Grubhub, man. See if they're on Grubhub.
I was about to say, they all deliver now, don't they? Isn't that the rule?
Yeah, we live in bumfuck Egypt. Who the hell knows, man?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm the same. Oh my gosh, every time I go to unmute or mute, I accidentally almost hit this button that apparently it's like, become the presenter and share your, no thank you.
Don't feel bad. Everyone pushes that button.
If
I can't tell you how many people are like, so-and-so is requesting to be presenter. And I'm like, no,
take it.
You don't get to be presenter. You sit down and be quiet.
They have the button in a really lame spot.
Yeah. Oh, I see. It's right next to it.
Yeah, it's like right there.
Camera. Yeah.
I've accidentally shown my camera, tried to be presenter. Yeah. I'm really just trying to have you hear the dishes or my daughter who is wrestling with her dog right now.
That's awesome.
Well, that was amazing. I'm excited to rewatch this one because there's just a lot of good information, that Eternity Band section particularly. So.
I swear to God. I am frustrated about this ring sizing thing. That pisses me off. It's just like it. So the thing is this, is that I do this all the time. I know how to do this. I made it do this. I worked through to get it to work to do this, and I still can't get it to work. I go through the steps and I touch something and it does it. So this is a very frustrating thing. And in my education thinking, I might have Eric make this video because it makes me want to scream and punch someone in the eye. And I wish there were a way to get this to where you could just push one button and it worked. I don't know how you could get that to work though. Like, you know, it doesn't matter what else you touch, it doesn't take it out of record, and you don't wipe out your subdivision levels and blah, 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 but whatever. It works very well. It's very cool. And if you're designing lines, let me tell you, this is bad ass, because unlike all the others, all it's going to do is stretch this garbage out. And that's a big difference. You know, there's a big difference between that ring and that ring. Well, hello. Okay, maybe there's no difference between those two rings. You know, that ring and that ring, there's sculpturally, there's a lot of difference. As opposed to just distorting it and stretching it out and making it ugly, you then get a chance to re-sculpt between the two. And what's awesome about it is that it will, you know, it steps through the changes, you know, and I think that's just super gorgeous. It's really nice. I like it. I like it. And you notice we moved to a separate subtool. You notice our divisions, our layers are gone because now we're in a different thing. So you damn well better save out your sizes while you're on that subtool. That's why every one of these functions you want to split up into different parts, if that makes any sense. Yeah. I love just me trying to come up with something interesting is sad. All right.
You.
Sure. Oh my God, it's just so annoying. It's just like, oh, my head wants to blow up. I'm so annoyed. All right, but it's still plenty early to get, guess what? Thai food. I wish there was good Indian around here. That's something I haven't had in a long time. All right. Are we done?
We used to go to, actually had a buffet with Indian that was to die for. I missed that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
we've got
so-
one of those. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are there any questions about anything jewelry so I can stop recording? Anything?
I think that covers it. I can't wait to rewatch that section to know what it was that went so wrong and what would have happened.
I wish we could just cut that off.
Don't do it.
Frontal flounder. Well, I'm glad you all saw this, because this is going to happen to you, and you're going to go, oh, well, Tomas had that problem too, as opposed to, damn it, why did this happen? And you're going to call me, and I'm going to be like, I don't know. Don't you remember what happened to me? This is a persnickety thing where if you touch it, even like you touch this wrong, oh, you just wiped out all your history. So you have to be very careful when you're doing this, but it is well worth it, because you can do an entire line of jewelry from one sculpt. You can do all of your sizing, and you can do various stone sizings in an afternoon.
That's
and let me
awesome.
tell you, you sure as hell aren't doing that in Matrix.
No. That's great.
Yeah. So any questions about anything up to this point?
You know, like how sometimes you have to do like a screw back? You just buy the screw from like Stuller or something, and just, you wouldn't actually sit there and like make a screw, right?
I have never purchased a screw back of anything. I make everything. Oh, you
Okay.
mean like for an earring or something?
No, you know how sometimes like there's stones and they're set through some, like a different stone, and like they're threaded on the back, or like there's a screw because.
No, I've never, no, I don't do that.
Okay, never mind.
If you need a screw back, right, just leave a hole and buy it. Because the thing is, this is, under most circumstances, those screws are not made out of precious metal. Your precious metals are usually too soft.
They're
Right.
made out of precious metals.
Are they?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
hell?
Stuller has
Why
a-
are they? How do you screw? Oh, well, I guess you never unscrew.
You have
Okay,
different
never mind.
kinds.
Oh no, I was about to say, what are y'all talking? I do not know.
Like rivet. You know, like the riveted back. Sometimes you have to have a rivet for things. Never mind. This is getting. No worries.
Different types of screw backs. There's push on thread off, there's straight threaded, there's a variety of them, and they all come in precious metals.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking of a mechanical screw, where you're going to screw it and unscrew it.
Well, like Jason,
just,
he does that all the time in his jewelry, where he's got a big precious stone and he doesn't want to set it traditionally. He has quite a few really lovely rings where he'll create a screw something and screws together. Have you seen that, Tomas?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's
and
nice.
He does make those. Like, of course, he makes everything. He's tapping and dyeing, making a custom something that screws together to actually mount the stone versus a setter pushing anything on it.
Yeah, you're not going to want to do that. Just buy the screw. Leave a hole, so you put the screw into it or the post into it, and then laser it or weld it,
Laser it.
And I'm assuming if you're like setting something from the back, like it would just be the same but just opposite, right?
Setting it from the back.
Yeah, of course. There's no different. I mean, the setting's a setting. It doesn't matter where it's set.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Bye. Thank you.
Sure.
We'll get together. We actually do. Like, I feel like we do want to send you lunch next week. Yesterday, I saw you were streaming so late, and I felt really bad. And
well, it was so funny because for some reason.
And I texted you. I was like, gonna send you food, and now we're all talking about it. So.
You usually go through like Messenger or something like that, don't you?
Yeah.
I got your phone number and I'm like, I don't even know what that phone number is. And who's asking me if I want food? I'm so confused.
Don't refuse.
Oh, that was hysterical. Yeah, we were all like, hey, who is that?
Like, who's offering to get me food? Yeah, no, like for screwbacks, bolts, earring posts, you're not going to want that stuff to be cast, right? So if you made it, it's cast, and so it doesn't have a lot. Most of those are either stamped or they're, that metal's hardened in one format or another. And so, yeah, I sort of when Tony was saying, and yes, they're made in precious metals. Yes, they're made in precious metals, but you're not casting those screws. Those things are machined out of wire or whatever. You're tapping wire or something. You're not casting.
A lot of them are die struck.
Yeah, because casting is just that. Yeah, I mean, it's just galoop that'll never hold. So
that it has to be like an end process. You don't want it to get soft or anything.
Right. Yeah, try to anneal it and then try to use it. That'd be great. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, Kermie, every time you ask a question like that, it makes my head want to explode because all I know is whatever you want to do, you're making it more complex than it needs to be. You don't ever need a screw back. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm just going to say no. Don't do it that way. No, she left. She was like, I'm not taking that kind of abuse.
I'm just ignoring.
There's one in every class. I mean.
No, she's not Thomas. That's for sure. Oh, I said his name out loud. That guy. Holy hell. Even Ryan,
I guess there's that.
Kick this guy out. What the hell? I'm like, we could kick him out? Wow.
That makes me feel better. I'm not the worst ever.
Oh, you're not even close to the worst ever. You just overthink everything to death. No, you're not bad at all.
No. But there's always someone looking for rules, and everybody overthinks everything.
I don't.
No. But remember our first block ups or second block ups, you're like, Jesus, people, it's supposed to be simple.
I know. I'm like,
this crazy roller coaster of a thing.
I'm like, try to keep it under 700 polygons. And someone came in, I swear to God, it was 6,000 polygons. I'm like,
Sid, that was Sid. Yeah.
I'm like, God damn it, man. What are you doing? You're killing me here. Like, and he needed 7 polygons to do it. It's just like, And what's funny is that he didn't divide it. He literally
Yeah,
built this thing out. I'm just like,
that was
no,
so funny.
block up, make it a block. I mean, literally, you want your block up to be 700 polys or under, because that allows you to divide up into that. I can't think of what the range is. It's probably like 3.5 million with 9 subdivision levels. And that's perfect.
That's good to know.
Yeah, try to, well, here, let's do this. Let's,
Yeah,
Is that
and you have a specific way that you want us to do it, so we keep our outside. If that made sense.
wow, I don't even know where you went with that, but okay. Yeah, what he said. Okay.
No, I remember you were like, hey, you were showing us there's a specific thing you wanted us to do to keep, so if you had to like edge loop or something, or that
Now
it
you're
kept
confusing me
the,
more.
yeah, I'm good at that. Trust me, that was the most confounding part of the whole thing, was
What
trying to
are we
keep that.
talking about block up?
Yeah, and block up. Yeah. Yeah. I'll
Well,
find the video and show it to you. I'll be like, see
well,
right
here.
here.
Well, okay, we're right here. And I'm going to try to divide this up where we're about 700.
I think it was on our Mons you were because that's the one where it was the crazy roller coaster of holy crap. But man,
Okay.
but yeah, you're it was
So
if we had to.
692. You think about it, let me divide this up, and I think that it's under 700 gives us 9. No, gives us 8. Really? 700 gives you, I thought my magic number was 700. That's interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was, because it gives you 9 subdivisions.
Yeah, but I got 8 and we're at 11 million. I quit. Nothing's working for me today. I'm
Man,
done.
it's a day. It's a day.
I'm done.
Bye,
Here, I'm
dude.
going to push stop recording. We can keep talking, but screw this. I'm done. Stop recording.